All right. What is up, everyone, and welcome. My name is Jacob, and I'll be your teacher in this Facebook marketing course. Now, in this course, we are going to be learning essentially everything. So, no matter if you're a beginner or advanced student, every single one of these groups will have something to learn. We are going to go through everything. We're going to go through basics, and also we're going to go through advanced stuff such as, setting up ad campaigns, creating content and all this sort of stuff. Now, I've tried to make this course as easy and as digestible as humanly possible so that it is very easy to understand for all of you. Okay, it is very crucial that all the material that you're going to get is going to be easy to digest, and I've made it my mission to make it very easy, so very easy for you. So with that said, let's get right into it. We are going to have multiple different lesson formats. I'm going to give you some theory, and I'm going to show you some presentations. And also, when we are going to be, setting up your business account and stuff like that, I'm also going to go to do walkthroughs. So, with that said, let's get right into it. And I'm very excited to do this course with you. So, let's do it. All right, guys. So, the first lesson of this Facebook marketing course, and what to start with, then with the introduction. So, with that said, let's get right into the lesson. So, first of all, here's what we're going to cover. So, first of all, we are going to cover an overview of Facebook as a marketing platform. That's a first thing. I'm just going to show you, what Facebook is used for when it comes down to marketing, why it's important, and stuff like this. Then we are going to cover the importance of Facebook for businesses and brands. Then we are going to cover why it's so important to set goals for your Facebook marketing strategy and how to do it effectively. And most importantly, like why, in my opinion, that's like one of the most important things you can do on Facebook, right? So that's just another thing. Then we are going to go a little bit over Facebook's algorithm and its impact on your reach. And that is pretty much it. Now, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. So watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, if you want to save time, watch the video in 2x speed. So, overview of Facebook as a marketing platform. So, what makes Facebook a marketing platform? So, first of all, Facebook provides special tools designed specifically for businesses to reach potential customers. The platform combines social connections with powerful advertising capabilities. Super simply put, you have big social reach, and when you can utilize that social reach for advertising, you are golden because you can literally reach anyone in the world today. Also, businesses can create dedicated pages to showcase their products and services. Facebook offers detailed tracking to measure how well your marketing efforts work. So essentially, you get a feedback, right? Which is like the most important thing. Like if you don't get feedback on what you're doing, your efforts are just screwed. And that's why Facebook offers, your insights for your marketing. And obviously, the platform provides both free and paid ways to reach customers. Now, the way this works is super simple. Free way to reach customers is obviously creating content. Paid way to reach customers is obviously through paid ads. Very simple. There's not much, to think of. Now, let's go over some of the Facebook's marketing tools, right? So you've got business pages, which essentially serve you as a homepage of your business on Facebook. That's where people discover you. Then you've got the Facebook Ads Manager, which basically this lets you create and manage advertising campaigns. And then inside the Facebook Ads Manager, you have got insights tools, which basically show you how your content performs with your audiences. So again, this is like a feedback tool, right? And then you've got Messenger, which a lot of you are already aware of. I feel like every single one of you who's just like watching right now knows what Messenger is. I just wanted to mention it because in the business context, it obviously allows you to communicate with your customers. And then we've got Facebook groups, which basically help you build trust, relationships, and stuff like that, and communities around your brand. Now, let's go over the types of content you can share. So first of all, you can share photos and videos, very simple. Then you can share text posts, which serve you as a kind of relationship builder for your brand, and you can essentially share important information. Then you've got stories, which basically let people know that you exist, right? With the temporary content, the stories are a great way to show you like the behind the scenes content, right? And like I feel like most of people nowadays just don't use stories well, and the reason for that is because they're just how many businesses you got where they just show off with Lamborghinis and Ferraris, like all these guys, right? But like if you actually utilize it in a correct way, if you share your real life, your real struggles, what's going on in the business, what you're planning, what is your mission, stuff like that, you are going to increase trust. And that's why stories are absolutely phenomenal. Now, then you have obviously live videos or streams, which allow you to connect with your audience in real time. And then you have polls and questions to encourage customer engagement. Now, with this is very, very important thing. Not many people, and like not many people realize the importance of this thing because if you have, Alex Hermosi, for example, I think a lot of you know who he is. Basically, what he did before he launched one of his books, he ran a poll on Instagram to let his target audience decide what was the best performing title for his book, and the variation that won, he basically used it for his book. So these are this is just a sneak peek on how powerful these polls can be. And like, if you guys know Alex, he's got like, yeah, he's like one of the biggest guys in the marketing, right? And his books are very well known. So, yeah. Now, with that said, let's just quickly go over the importance of Facebook for businesses and brands. So, let me quickly tell you why Facebook matters today. So, first of all, you need to realize that nearly 3 billion people use Facebook regularly every single day, which is absolutely crazy number. When take it like that's a third of population, right? Something like that. Now, people spend an average of 33 minutes daily on the platform. Again, absolutely insane number. And the biggest advantage of Facebook is that it helps, if you're a local business and you were just local business like before, you didn't have the opportunity to connect with people worldwide. But like right now, because you have Facebook, you can literally connect with anyone, anywhere, anytime you get this, right? So this is why Facebook is so powerful, right? Now, the platform offers affordable marketing options for any budget, which is great. Like if you want to scale to millions, per year, you can, you know, put hundreds of thousands of dollars into your marketing. And also, if you're starting out, you can put in $10 per day and you're good to go. Like it essentially it's for anyone, which is why Facebook is so successful nowadays. And like I've said, businesses can target specific groups of potential customers. Now, let me quickly tell you what are the business benefits or what are the biggest benefits for your business when you come to Facebook, right? So, like I've said before, you can build brand awareness by reaching new audiences. That's the first thing. Second thing, I already mentioned that as well. creating meaningful connections with customers. Third one, it provides valuable customer feedback and insights. Fourth, it drives website traffic and in-store visits. Very simple. So yeah, and it increases sales through advertising. So this is very simple, right? Now let's go over the Facebook's impact on business growth. So small businesses can compete effectively with larger companies. This is, what I was talking about before. If you have, you already literally any company in the world can have, worldwide reach. And this is why Facebook is so powerful. Like the only thing that's, stopping your business is your advertising strategy. Like today in 2025, every single person has got the same opportunities to advertise. This is why I feel like Facebook is one of the best platforms to advertise on. Now, word of mouth marketing happens naturally through shares and likes. This is another thing. Like if you used to have, a physical shop, back in the days, word of mouth was great, but like the word of mouth was like 20 people in your local city, right? In your local community, or 100 people or 1,000 people if you were a really, really big brand. However, if people know you're good, they can share it, they can like it, and literally millions of people worldwide can see that. Absolutely unbelievable stuff. And again, customer service becomes more personal and responsive. That's what we're gonna go over as well. And marketing costs are often lower than traditional advertising. And in my opinion, the biggest advantage of Facebook is that you get feedback in real time, which, leads you to improving your results in real time. So, yeah, right now, let's quickly go over setting goals for Facebook marketing strategy. So, goals are like a map that show you where you want your business to go. And if you don't have any, you will not get anywhere. Like if you want to travel for a trip and you don't know what kind of place you want to visit, you're never going to get there. Very simple, right? And goals help you use your time and money efficiently, right? If there's absence of goals, there's absence of direction, and your efforts just become wasted. Very simple. Now, when your focus is out of control, you'll go everywhere and nowhere. So this is why, you have to have goals. Now, let me tell you how to set goals properly, right? So first of all, write down exactly what you want to happen and try to be as specific as possible. Second of all, make sure you can measure your results. Third of all, after you get that, the next step is to reverse engineer your goals, meaning telling yourself, like, thinking about, okay, now I, want to make $10,000 per month. How can I make this, right? So you say, like, I've got 30 days, to get to 10 grand per month. Okay, so this means I need to make like 300 or $330 per day in order to hit this goal. Now you reverse engineer your goal, right? Now, what's needed in order to, get to the $300? I need to, let's say one client gives you $100. Okay, I need to close three clients every single day. Okay, how do I close three clients every single day? I do X, Y, Z. I do this, I do that. So this is how you reverse engineer your goals. This is why you have to start with goal with the goal in your mind first, right? And the most important thing is pick goals that will help your business grow. Don't get caught up in the shiny object syndrome. It's very important. Okay. So, yeah. Now, types of goals to set. So, these are the kinds of goals that work well on Facebook. Getting 100 more warm leads for your business, increasing your website traffic by 30%, getting 35 new customers from Facebook ad campaigns, increasing your average order value by 15%, and stuff like this. So essentially, being very, very specific. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Like, don't just tell yourself, I want to make more money, right? Very simple. Now, understanding Facebook's most important KPIs, which are basically engagement metrics, right? These are the metrics you're going to use to measure whether you're successful on Facebook or not. Very simple. And like the just imagine a football match, right? How do you determine whether the team was successful, right? It was like how many saves did the goalkeeper make? How many goals did the team score? You know, what was the possession of the ball and stuff like that. And like if you focus on these, if the coach of the football team focuses, on these important metrics or stats or whatever you want to call it, then the team can work on what they need in order to be successful. But if they're not even aware that like goalkeeper percentage or goals, not goals because that's that would be that would be crazy, but like if they for example don't know that the ball possession is like the important stat, then they wouldn't be successful. And if you know these, and the same thing goes for Facebook. So let me just show you what the main numbers are. So the post engagement rate, that's a first thing. So what is the post engagement rate? So if you have 1000 followers and post gets 100 interactions, your engagement rate would be 10%. A healthy engagement rate often falls between 1 to 5%, right? So if you have one, and like these interactions mean likes, comments, shares, clicks, and saves, right? So reach and visibility. So next thing you need to watch out is reach. So reach tells you how many different people see your content. It's like counting how many people walked by your store window. We measure this in two ways. So first of all, the post reach, which is number of unique users who saw your post page reach, which equals the total number of unique users who saw any of your page content. The reach percentage helps you understand how well you're connecting with your followers. In other words, if the content you're posting is relevant to the followers you have, to your target audience. If you have 10,000 followers and you get 5 likes, it obviously means you're doing something horribly wrong and you need to change something, right? Next one is the click-through rate, and CDR shows how many people who saw your post actually clicked on it, right? Now, a good CDR usually ranges from 2 to 5%. Think of it like this. If 100 people see your post and 3 people click, that's a 3% CDR. Now, conversion rate. This is perhaps the most important KPI for businesses because it shows how many people take the action you want them to take. So, for example, if 100 people click your link and 10 buy something, your conversion rate is 10%, right? Very simple. Like conversion rate is, yeah, very important. Now, cost per result. Now, when you're running ads, you'll want to track the cost per click, which is total amount spent, divided by total click cost per thousand impression, which equals the total amount spent divided by the total impressions, um, amplified by 1000. So next one is the return on ad spend, which is ROAS basically. And ROAS tells you how much money you make for every dollar you spend on ads. This is very simple, right? For example, if you spend $100 on ads and make $500 in sales, your ROAS is 5 to 1, right? Because you made 5 times more than you spent on your ads. Now, let's quickly go over the best practices for tracking KPIs, right? First of all, track them weekly and monthly to spot trends. Compare current performance to past performance, right? It's basically feedback loops. Set realistic goals based on your industry. That's very important. Like you need to research what are the benchmarks in your industry, right? Because click-through rates, in health and fitness space would be different than in consulting space, for example, right? Now, very important thing again, don't get caught up in a shiny object syndrome and only focus on KPIs that get you to your business's goals, right? So the best example would be this. I personally know business owners who only have 5,000 followers, on Facebook, on Instagram, and they make six figures per year or even per month. Now, I also know people who have got like 70,000 followers and they don't even make the half of the money these, business owners make. So this is why you have to only focus on what's not what you think will get you there, but what will actually get you there, right? And like I've said, use Facebook Insights to gather accurate data. Now, the most important thing is that not all KPIs are equally important for every business. Choose the ones that best match your goals. For example, if you're focused on brand awareness, reach and engagement might be more important than conversion rate. If you're selling products, conversion rate and ROAS might be your top priorities. And important tip, and that's very important, after you go through the entire course, create a Google Sheet and track your most important KPIs daily and monthly based on that. All right, guys, and that is pretty much it. So, this was the introductional lesson of this entire Facebook marketing course. And in this lesson, we have covered, first of all, an overview of how actually Facebook works, why Facebook is so important for businesses and brands. And we also covered why it's so important to set goals for your Facebook marketing strategy. Because, by the way, this is the most important thing. Because if you don't know where you're going, you're never going to get there in the first place. And last but not least, we have covered the Facebook's algorithm and its impact on the reach. And with that being said, I look forward for the second lesson and I cannot wait to see you there. So, see you soon. All right, guys, welcome to the second lesson, which is going to be a little bit juicier and a little bit more interesting when it comes down to practical usage. So sit down, relax, and let's get ready. So, first thing we're going to do, we are going to be going over how to set up your Facebook business page, right? Your homepage on Facebook. It is very simple, but it's very important. And after that, we are going to go over the Facebook Business Manager, which is like your your business's uh, your business's space where you manage all your ads, all your ad campaigns, all the data. You're getting the feedback. You're also managing your all your pages, your groups, your communities. It's basically like is like the cornerstone of your business, right? So, with that said, let's get right into it. All right. So, first of all, what you're going to do is that you're going to go to this link, facebook.com/page/create. Very simple. And when you're going to go to that link, you are basically going to land on this page. So, with that said, first thing you're going to do is you're going to write the page name. And like the page name is super simple, it's basically the name of your business, right? So, because I am doing marketing and I am doing copywriting, for example, I would create a copywriting agency. So, let's just imagine I'm creating a copywriting agency. You can do this literally, I mean, literally on anything, right? So, let's just say writing with Jake, right? I wouldn't probably call my company like that, but this is just for example purposes, right? Now the category. You basically want to select the category that best matches your company. So in this space, yeah, let's just say marketing agency would be great. Now with the bio, this is very simple. You basically want to um, say your unique selling proposition. In other words, what you do in two or three sentences and what makes you unique apart from somebody else without actually saying it like directly, right? So what you want to do, um, we help. fitness, and we help fitness coaches scale their businesses from 0 to 5K per month with target advertising, right? Super simple, something like this, right? All right, now the next thing that we're gonna do, we're simply gonna click on create page. So let's wait. All right, now the next thing we're going to do is simply, if you have a website, I would highly encourage you to type in the website. So that's the first thing. Second thing is your phone number, which, you can type in as well. I'm obviously not going to type in my name. Then with the email, that's a very important thing. Make sure you don't type in your personal email and only type in your work-related or business-related email, right? Now the location. So you can just type in the address. I'm gonna do everything. And also, very important thing with the hours. If you're an online business, you just want to say always open. If you're a physical store, like with physical place actually, open at selected hours and then you simply select when you're open, right? So if you're online business, just select always open. So let me just quickly go through all of this. Right, sweet. So we've did it. And next thing we're gonna do, we have to add a profile picture. Now, with the profile picture, you just simply want to add, the business logo, your business logo. Or if you're an agency, right? Maybe your profile photo, like a professionally looking photo, right? Now, what I would do if I were in your shoes, I would simply go to Canva. I don't know if you guys are aware, but Canva does this absolutely in amazing way. You simply can have a professional plan for 30 days for free, and you can essentially create the best designs possible, right? So you just want to add, your profile picture. So let me quickly find my profile picture just, to make it look nice, and let's get into the next step. All right, so I basically went on Canva, and what I'm gonna do, I'm just simply going to select some random template, right? And I can like edit it. If you really look at it right, you just simply go to Canva, you go to edit template. It's very, very like simple, right? And Jake, you know, let me just quickly edit this one. Rights or whatever, right? Like very simple, right? So you can essentially select from all the templates, like there's millions of templates, like thousands of templates. And after you're done with that, you simply click download and your logo is ready to rock and roll, right? Very simple. So let me upload it. Now the next thing you want to do is you want to add a cover photo, which is like your thumbnail, right? Now with the thumbnail, what you want to do, like you can either upload the logo or you can upload like a picture of you and your team, right? To really make it look like your real trustworthy brand, right? Now, if you go over the templates in Canva, you can clearly see that like um if you go over here and you just click create new design and you just click Facebook cover, right? It automatically gives you templates and it automatically, gives you, templates that you can essentially um, like edit, right? Now I don't have the paid version, so let's just select this one, right? Um, Let me just, for the purposes, let me just select this one. Again, click share. Like I've said, Canva is absolutely phenomenal when it comes down to marketing. Like when it comes down to graphics, it just gives you, your files very, very fast. And like if you can, you see, this is absolutely amazing. Now, obviously, like I've said, this is irrelevant, right? You don't want this like to be like that, but this is what I'm doing, right? So let's just go to the next step. Okay, so the next thing that you can do is that you can connect your WhatsApp to your page, which I'm not going to be doing right now, but the way you do this, very simple. You just type in your WhatsApp, number, then you get, the code, the notification on your WhatsApp, then you confirm it on your phone and you're ready to go. If you want to have people to contact you through WhatsApp, it's absolutely amazing, right? So I will just skip it. And then, right? I can just invite my friends. I'm obviously not going to do that, but you get the idea, right? So yeah, that's pretty much. Now, the next thing we're gonna do is like we can turn on the notifications on our page because we want to be updated. Marketing and promotional emails about your page, I wouldn't select that. So that's pretty much that. And we are pretty much done. We're 8 minutes in this video and we have a beautiful looking page, right? Beautiful business looking page. So, um, next thing we're going to do is this. It is going to be adding an action button, which is very, very important, right? So, what do we want to do? We can customize our buttons, but first of all, we need to figure out the purpose of the action button, right? And like this is completely up to you, right? If you want people to to schedule calls with you, you can do this. If you want them to sign up for a landing page, then you can use this, right? If you want them to view your online shop, for example, you can do this. If you want them to send you a message on Messenger, and if you want to, talk to them one on one, if you, provide services, for example, if you're agency, digital marketing agency, then you use this one thing right here. So we can select this one, right? And when we selected it, then you have to scroll a little bit down because it's hidden. You click next, and you simply click save, and this is pretty much it, right? Now, the next thing we're going to do is that we're going to access the business suite um, of the Facebook Business Manager, right? And this is like your ultimate home, right? This is where you manage your entire business from. So this is why it's so important. So first things first, you're going to go on this link. You can either copy in business.facebook.com. It's the first thing, or you can go to Meta Business Suite, right? Very, very simple, not too much to be said, right? Now, let's quickly go through all the features the Business Suite has, right? So if we are here you have the Facebook Ad Manager, which essentially lets you play with ads, launch ads, stop ads, edit ads, everything. Notifications, very simple. Your inbox is not your personal inbox, it's just your business's inbox. So if a new lead or current customer contact you, it is going to be here, right? Now, if we look at this content right here we have posts and reels, which is basically like in there, if you look at this, this is a great feature. You can essentially schedule posts, right? So, and we're going to cover that further in the course. But what you can do, you can schedule posts, which basically means that you can create content in advance, and then the Facebook will launch it by itself without you having to do anything manually. Absolutely insane stuff. I highly recommend you to use that feature because you cannot, do that manually, right? Now, the next thing you have is your stories, right? Again, is just your stories that you've already set up, right? So, next thing is your clips, right? And right here is simply the videos, that you upload to your Facebook business page, right? Now, the next thing we have are obviously A/B tests. Now, for those of you who don't know what A/B tests are, very simple. You essentially uh, test two different variations of the same thing, and your goal is to make the A/B test decide which one performs better, right? So to give you a little bit of context, if you create a post that's got the same value, which would be, let's say, teaching someone how to write an email, right? And one post is in carousel form, which is like multiple pictures that tell you like step one, step two, step three on how to write an email. And then you have, a reel or a video, that teaches you the same. The content is the same. However, the delivery is different. And in this case, you can create an A/B test, right? So what you do, you simply click create A/B test. Version A, you click which, version this is. So it could be like text post, right? Then, you can select an image, for example, right? And let me just, yes. And basically what you do here, you essentially, write the post right here and add the photo right here and add this description if you want. And then what you do, you click next and you basically run the A/B test, right? To decide which variations and which posts work the best for your current audience. Now, for these ones, for collections, playlists, and series, I honestly wouldn't worry too much, right? I would just worry about these, right? Very, very important. Now, if we go to the inbox, which is like your business's inbox, right? And right here, you can see I have literally nothing because, like I've said, this is your business's profile and not a personal profile. Then you can manage all your messages from here. Now, very important feature that this has is that you can also manage your Instagram messages and your WhatsApp messages as well. So from this entire, inbox feature, you can manage all three platforms from here. You can manage Facebook, you can manage Instagram DMs, and you can also manage WhatsApp DMs, which is absolutely phenomenal. I've already shown you how to connect WhatsApp. It's very, very simple. Now let's go over how to connect Instagram with your Facebook business account. Now, the way you're going to do that is very, very simple, right? So what you're going to do, you're going to click if you go to the inbox, right? You go to the Instagram module right here, and then you simply click Instagram. And if you want to create a new Instagram profile, it will simply let you create a new Instagram profile. And then at the end of the creation of your Instagram profile, it will automatically, by itself, just link, to the to your page. Or if you want to connect your Instagram that you currently have, if you have a personal Instagram, I wouldn't recommend to connect it with, your brand because that's absolutely, this doesn't make any sense, right? To connect your personal life to your business Instagram because you're going to get DMs from your friends into your business manager, which you obviously don't want to do. And the way you do this is you simply click log into Instagram if you want to, or if you already have like a business account, you simply click log into Instagram. You make sure that you allow access to Instagram messages because if you don't allow this, you will not see the messages in here. And you simply click continue and you will just log in with your credentials. And that's pretty much that, right? So that's how you do it. All right. Now we're back home, back to our homepage. And the next thing we have to go through, which is like the most important thing, is the ad manager. Okay. Now, obviously I'm going to be teaching you this like throughout the lesson, so don't worry about that. However, I'm just going to give you a quick overview and quick walkthrough, right? So if we click on this account overview, right, this is going to take us to a new page. Now, this shows you how much money did you spend in the last 7 days, and also, right, it shows you how many active campaigns are you running. Now, for those who don't know what campaigns are, it's simply like how many ads, you're running, or not how many ads, but like how many targeted ads are you running, right? Now, with that said, let's get into the second one because that's the most important one. Here you have campaigns, right? And sorry, this is in Czech, so don't, because I'm from Czech Republic, but like other than that, the Facebook is in English. Now, in this tab right here, this is where you simply create your ad campaigns, and I'll be showing you, everything. And for now, I just want to let you know that here is the place where you create your ad campaigns. This is where your advertising begins, right? Now, the next thing is your ads reporting. Now, in here is where you basically get all the results, right? Where you get the feedback from the marketplace. Meaning, when you launch an ad campaign, you want, to hit certain milestones I already talked about, which is, KPIs, return on an ad spend, click-through rate, conversion rate. And right here, you will, discover that, right? So yes, here you can see the campaign name, ad set name, very simple. Now the reach is how many people this has reached, how many people it tried to reach. Then the impressions is which basically the number of times the ads were seen on screen. The frequency is the average number of times each account center saw your ad. Now, the next thing is the result, right? And the result is not specific right here because when you start an ad campaign, you have to set the result, right? You can set the result for making money, you can set the result for getting leads, for getting signups, you can set the results for website visits, whatever you want, right? And then it's gonna, you know, be right here. And then you have the amount spent, which is the approximate, total amount of money that you spent. Basically, the money you spent on your ads, right? So that's pretty much that for this one. Now we've gone for audiences, right? And this is like again one of the most important things, if not the most important things, in the Facebook Business Manager, because this, lets you create your specific audiences. Now, why creating specific audiences is so important for you, and I'll tell you that in a second. So let's imagine this, right? If you have the best product in the world, let's say for athletes who want to, who want to increase, who want to gain 10 pounds of muscle in the next 3 months. But you advertise your product or your solution to the audience who only want to, lose fat and they don't want to gain any muscle. Now, what do you think is going to happen? They're never going to buy it. And your efforts, no matter how good your product is, they're just going to be wasted. Why? Simply because you haven't targeted the right audience. And this audience section right here, again, I'm not going to go into too much depth, but just to explain this to you, will give you, you know, the ability to target right people. That's why it's so important. You can have the best product in the world. If the right audience doesn't see it, it's the worst product in the world because you don't make any money of it because your audiences simply didn't recognize it, right? And then we have the billing and payments, which essentially is the place where you set up your like credit card or debit card and where you pay for the advertising, right? Now the last thing we have is basically the Facebook Creator Studio, or basically like your homepage of where you can create your post from, which is basically if you click on home, right, then you can simply create a post, reel, story, go live, post video across pages, which essentially lets you post video on your Instagram as well on the connected account, or bulk upload reels, which essentially means that you are going to upload multiple reels. So with that said, this is pretty much it. This is very simple. When you click, create post, then you can simply create a post. And we're going to go over this, so don't worry about that. I just want to make sure that you guys understand how to navigate through Facebook. This was like the main, goal of this lesson, and that is pretty much it. You can also create ads from here, but I wouldn't do that. I would do that through the business manager, which we went through a few minutes ago. And also, create reel, very simple. You can upload the video, you can add the description, all this sort of stuff, right? And when we just exit, very simple, we can create story, we can host live stream, like I've said, and right here, you can manage, if you scroll down a little bit, you can manage your marketing content, right? Which basically means you will see all your posts and reels from the last 60 days. And when you click or when you scroll down here, you are also going to see when it was uploaded, right? Very simple. You can also then click to see all posts and reels when they were published. And when you go over here, you can see the status, right? Which means not boosted, which is like ad for the post, putting it in front of more people. Right now, I wouldn't personally recommend you to do this, but like that's for future. Then you can see the reach, which basically means how many people have seen the post, then the likes and reactions, how many people liked it, how many people commented it, and how many people shared your post. All right, guys. So this is the end of the lesson on how to actually set yourself up for success on Facebook. And we covered, a lot of basics, such as how to create and optimize your Facebook business page. Then we covered how to navigate your Facebook business suite. And obviously, we have linked basics such as how to link your Instagram and WhatsApp to your Meta business suite. And last but not least, we have came to a small overview of Facebook's key tools such as Business Manager and Creator Studio, which right now is obviously, linked to the entire Meta Business Suite. So with that being said, I look forward to you guys and speak to you soon. Right. So, in the previous lesson, we already talked about the importance of having a target audience and especially of understanding it. And right now, we are going to elaborate on this because, like I've said, if you have the best product in the world, but nobody sees it or the right people don't see it, then it doesn't matter, right? If like if you sell cars to, 70-year-old women who don't care about cars and like who like to read, for example, then it's useless. The same way if you, sell books to guys who love cars. No sense at all, right? So let's get right into it. So here's what we're going to cover. So first of all, we are going to cover how to identify your target audience on Facebook. Next, we are going to, go through on how to use Facebook Audience Insights to utilize the tool for the best results. Next thing we are going to do is that we are going to go over why and how to create customer personas. Next thing we are going to do is going to be analyzing audience behavior on Facebook and how to take advantage of it in your business. In other words, you're going to spot patterns in how your customers are behaving it, and then you're going to leverage those facts into your business. And again, warning, if you came right here, this is the most important video in the entire course. Please watch the entire video. It's very important. Don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip as always, if you want to save yourself time, watch the video in 2x speed. So, how to identify your target audience on Facebook? So first of all, what is the target audience? Your target audience is the group of people most likely to engage with your content, buy your product, or use your service. These people share common traits such as demographics, which is age, gender, location, and language. Interests and hobbies, activities, brands, or lifestyle preferences. Behaviors, buying habits, usage of device, or online activity. Now, why identifying your target audience matters. So, first of all, it saves you money. Like I've said, if your ads are shown to the right people, you prevent wasting your ad spend and you actually utilize your money in the best way possible. Second of all, it boosts engagement. Targeted ads resonate better. They increase clicks and interactions. Next thing, they obviously increase results, right? Ads are more likely to convert. Now, let's go over how to actually identify your target audience. Okay. Now, with that being said, I'm just quickly going to go over these steps and I'm going to show it to you on the screen so that you're not lost, right? So, step number one, you need to analyze your current customers if possible, right? So, what you do is that you start by looking at your existing customers if you already have them. Decide what is their age group, where do they live, what do they buy from you. So, for example, a gym owner might notice most clients are young professionals aged 25 to 40 with an interest in fitness and healthy living, right? Step number two, define your ideal customer, right? So it's like your ideal customer basically means who is the person that you would like to sell, that you would like to sell to in the most ideal scenario. Okay. So use these criteria to define that, right? So age, gender, location, and income level, interests, hobbies, personal values, and behaviors. Now, obviously, the values meaning in the context of your product and of your service. Pain points, what problems does your product solve for them? Motivations, what makes them take action? So is this convenience, cost savings? Like you need to figure that out, right? So, for example, a vegan cafe might target urban millennials who care about sustainability and plant-based diets, right? You don't want to promote a vegan cafe, to people who eat meat, right? Or vice versa. Very simple, right? So, step number three. Sorry. You need to use data from Facebook tools. If you already have a page that, exists and already has some kind of reputation, right? So you either go to page insights or professional dashboard, and I'm gonna go over this with you, so don't worry about that, like I've said. And you will check the demographics of your current followers, which we covered in the previous section. Look for patterns, right? Look for patterns like age, gender, and location. Like you need to if you see that majority of people that are engaging with your content are 20 to 25 years old, you know that you are not going to be targeting 40-year-olds, right? Very simple. Like you need to find out what's the majority of the people that are engaging with your content. And I'm 99% sure it's not going to be everyone, right? It's not going to be like from 15 to 100, right? That's impossible. It's most certainly going to be a certain age group, right? Now, the step number four is that you got to research competitor audiences, right? So, what you do, you simply go through their Facebook pages, right? You go through their Instagram pages, right? And you just you spend 1 or 2 or 3 hours just looking at the people that are being that are engaging with your competitors content, and like you're going to make sense out of it, right? Because if you look, let's say if you take a sample of 100 people, if you go through 100 people and you just write down the ages, the interests, if you look at their Facebook profiles and all of them you know, like, football, for example. They like Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, or whoever, right? They love to share motivational posts. Yeah, they love to post, about their fitness progress and like they love nutritional tips. Then you're going to spot patterns, right? Like all of these people are most probably not going to be the same, but they're going to have similar characteristics and traits that connect them all together. And this is what you want to find out, right? You want to spot these patterns and then make sense out of it and create your target audience, right? And to be honest with you, if you're just starting out, identifying the target audience of your competitor is the easiest way to identify your target audience, right? It's the fastest and the most effective way. So right now we are go from theory to reality, and we are going to go over how to use Facebook Audience Insights for the best results, right? So first of all, what is Facebook Audience Insights? It's a free tool provided by Facebook to analyze your audience's data. It helps you understand your audience's demographics, interests, and behaviors to create highly targeted campaigns. Now, why to even use it? First of all, it lets you understand your audience. You will learn who they are, what they like, and how they behave online. If you know this, you know what to give them, right? Because if you give them something they don't like, they will not consume it, right? Like if I don't like ice cream and you'll be putting ice cream in front of me all the time, it's not gonna work. Same thing is with children, right? If you force them to, eat vegetables, and if you like, I don't know, if you don't, make vegetables like look good, or if you don't put it alongside like some tasty food, they're just not gonna eat it because it's not tasty to them, right? Next thing, refine your ads because targeted ads, are more effective, which lead to better engagement and sales. And also, it will let you discover new opportunities. It will let you find new audience segments you might not have considered. So, here is the step-by-step guide to using Audience Insights. Okay, so right now we are in the Facebook Business Suite, and what we're going to do is that we're going to go to Insights, which is right here, right? Show later. And if you look at this, you are simply going to go over the audience, right? And like it said, you need at least 100 followers to gather this data. Now, from this, layout, or from this business suite, from this insights bar, you're going to get all of your data. And right now, I'm going to show you what to focus on, right? So let's get right now. If you look at this, right? Trends, segments, demographics, this is like your current audience, which is non-existent, right? But if you go here, you have the potential audience. And right here, you can clearly see the estimated size of your audience. And right here, you already have the what could be your target audience based on based on your business page, right? You can clearly see that it's not going to be men and women 18 to 24. And if you really look at this, right, the majority is slight majority is women, 54%. You can also see the top cities. 3% is from New York, which is, great. So people from New York, Houston, and Los Angeles and Chicago are like our top audience. We already know this, right? Look at this right here. Um, all those people are from United States, which is already like a very, very important thing to know. And right here, you can see what kind of pages and what kind of interests they have, right? 11% of them liked Walmart, right? 9% like Amazon, right? 7.8% like Target. They use Samsung a lot, right? When it comes down to politics, I don't want to be, discussing politics because this is not relevant, but like you can see all of their preferences, right? And if you click here, you can use filters to narrow down your audience, right? So let me just go over this. So based on what we know, right? Let's just say um, United States. We just know that they're from US, right? We also know that majority of our audience is anywhere from 35, from 25 254, right? That's the majority of our audience. Now, gender, I would honestly say, all. And right here, we can add interests, right? So let's say digital marketing, right? And again, these are the things you have to, discover by yourself. If you don't have your own audience, do it by researching your competition, right? You just do copywriting, language, obviously, English, all. And right now, you can see, all the details about your audience, which is absolutely amazing. Like you can deduct so many things based on this, right? It's unbelievable. Now, if you filter this out, and like I've said, all the information has to be based on multiple resources. Don't just like do it like quickly, like me right now. This is me just showing you examples. Then, if you filter it out, right, you can then click on create audience and you can name the audience. And then, once you have the audience, then you can use your ads, to target them to this specific audience. This is why it's so amazing, right? So let's just say marketing audience US dash one, right? And you save your audience. And right now, what's happening is you have already saved your audience. And when you want to run an advertising campaign, you can simply, do this and target the ads to this audience, right? Now, the next thing we can do if we go, if we go right here, which is basically go here and we click see all audiences in Ads Manager. Let me quickly show this to you. Then we can also create a custom audience, right? And what this means is you can literally type in every single piece of information you gathered from multiple resources. And based on this information, Facebook is going to take it, and based on that, it's going to target the ad. So what we did right, like what we did before, what we did right now, was kind of like a beginner stuff, right? But I honestly believe this is like the best way to go about creating, your audiences. And so this is because like the more specific you are, the better, right? Because if you're just, if you're like people are going to buy my fitness, products because I help people gain muscle. You need to realize that almost everybody helps you build muscle, but how you differentiate which specific, target audiences are you helping? What are their specific pain points? What have they tried before? Are there any differences that they're looking for? Did they try any solutions before? Like all those relevant data are important when you want to find the best audience for your product. Okay. And so you simply type in or like pick your sources, right? Which could be literally anything, right? It could be customer list that you create, right? You basically upload a list of your customers, which you can upload as a sheet, right? And Facebook has that, right? It can also be based on a website, right? Based on your website, from your Meta Pixel. But like we are going to talk about Pixel, like further. But like this is also great, right? Now you can do it through app activity, catalog, offline activity, like everything. Now you can also base it off meta sources. Now, what this means. Now you can obviously just use only one, like one of the options. Like you cannot use the source of multiple ones, right? But for this case, I'm gonna just create a customer list, and I'm gonna use ChatGPT to help me with creating that list, right? Now, before we can do that, we have to add an ad account to our business, right? Because Facebook pretty much has this, right? So this thing right here will be my ad account, right? we're simply going to click next, add to business, and that's pretty much done. Now it's going to take us here, which is basically the audiences tabs for our ad account, right? We can, if you click right here, you can see our ad accounts, right? We have two ad accounts right now, and we're simply going to create audience like we did before, customer list, and um, I'll right here, I'll upload it, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to click next, we're going to click upload file. Now the next thing we have over here is the question, does your list include a column for customer value? Now that simply means, now the customer value is very simple, right? So what this means is that like one of the customers can spend $50, once in the entire lifetime, in the span of the entire lifetime on your business, right? And then you can have a second, second customer who spends $50 10 times in a year regularly, right? And so the second customer is way more valuable to your business, and this is what Facebook asks you, right? Now you definitely should have the customer value if you cannot gather the data, because this is very important, right? Because if you only target people who buy only once from you and then never buy again, that's, you're losing money, right? But if you only target people who are most likely to spend multiple times on your business, then that's a win for you. So you should include that. I obviously didn't include that, right? But it's just for the example purposes. But you should definitely do that. And then we are going to simply name our audience. So let's say target audience, marketing agency, US dash one, right? And then we check the box, click next, right? And then right after that, we are simply going to click import and create, right? Now, after we created our custom audience, we can also, after you already have some kind of engagement, you can then create customer personas, right? It clearly tells you this is about your customers, right? So after you get some sales, right? After you get the audience going, right? After you identify your ideal target audience, which we did right now, then you can go over the customer personas. And what is it? So first of all, a customer persona is a detailed profile of your ideal customer, right? It includes key information such as demographics, age, gender, income, location, interests, behavior, how they interact with the content, how they shop online, or how they use social media. Basically, this is the next step, right? After getting, you basically defined your target audience, you sold few products, and then you want to figure out your customer persona, right? This is going to be the analysis, not of the target audience of your competition, but it's going to be analysis of your current customers. Now, why create customer personas for Facebook? So first of all, it lets you have a personalized marketing, right? You will craft ads that speak directly to your audience's needs and emotions. It will also lead you to improve targeting, so you can use Facebook's detailed targeting options more effectively. Again, cost efficiency, you will save money, and also the content is going to be relevant. You can tailor your posts and campaigns to what your audience actually cares about. Now, let's just go quickly over the step-by-step guide to creating customer personas, right? So first of all, step number one, you need to collect data about your current customers. So because we don't have current customers, we cannot do that. So I'm simply going to tell you that in this presentation, right? So first of all, you need to analyze your existing customers using tools like page Insights. In Facebook Page Insights, check demographics, interests, and engagement metrics. In the purchase history, look at what customers buy most often. In surveys, ask customers about their preferences and needs. We already talked about this. If you can create poll, like Alex Hormozy did, he basically created the title for his book, right? Simply by talking with customers. So, for example, right, small bakery might notice most customers are women aged 25 to 45 who are interested in health conscious desserts. Now, the second step, you need to research your audience using Facebook tools. And we already went through this, right? You just do this for your existing customers. Audience Insights and Ads Manager can reveal important details like interests, pages your audience follows, behaviors, online shopping habits, or device usage. Again, we already went through that. Their demographics, stuff like that, right? Now, the step number three, you need to build your personas, right? So you will use this information to clear a clear persona, right? And then when you have this information, you then again are going to create your custom audience, right? So, name, give your persona a relatable name. So, for example, fitness loving, guy or whatever, right? Demographics, female, 28, lives in Los Angeles, earns $50,000 a year. Interests, fitness, plant based eating, yoga. Pain points, struggles to find healthy desserts that taste good. Goals, wants guilt free snacks that fit their lifestyle. And then, test and refine your personas. So you do that simply by running small Facebook ad campaigns targeting your personas. And these personas, right, will be your custom audiences. I've already told you how to create. I'm just trying to go over everything multiple times so that you can understand it. Don't take this that you have to complete all the steps I'm telling you right now in order, right? I'm just giving you an overall, roadmap on how Facebook works and how you should use it, right? Whenever you need it. Because majority of you are in different stages. Some of you are just starting, some of you are just are like already running ad campaigns and need some tips, right? So that's pretty much that. And like I've said, analyze the results to see which persona engages the most. And then, based on that, adjust your personas based on real campaign data. Now, tips for beginners. That's very important. Start with one or two personas and expand as you learn more. Don't create overly generic personas. I've told you, you have to be specific. Targeting everybody means targeting nobody, and use your personas as a guide for creating ads, posts, and campaigns. Now, analyzing audience behavior on Facebook. So, what is the audience behavior on Facebook? Audience behavior refers to how people interact with your page, posts, ads, and other content on Facebook. Key behaviors include this. It includes likes, comments, and shares. So basically, how often your audience engages with posts. Then ad clicks, how many people click on your ads. Time of activity, when your audience is most active on Facebook. Content preferences, the types of content they respond to. Now, here's the step-by-step guide how to actually analyze their behavior. So, first of all, use Facebook page insights, right? Which is basically this tool. So, when we're right here, right, when we're in the insights, we will go, you're in the business suite, we'll go to insights and then scroll all the way down to content. And right here, you will see all the Facebook, like all the behavior insights of your audience, right? So it's reach, likes and reactions, comments, shares, right? So you basically, based on this, you can decide which content performs the best. And then again, based on that, you can utilize the content and you can pretty much just double down on what works and remove what doesn't. This is very simple. It works all the time and it's very effective, right? And your main goals should be to look at the reach, which is how many people this post has reached, how many people liked it, comments, and shares, right? Very simple. I wouldn't overcomplicate it, right? Because there's already so much knowledge, and just go through this. All right. And like I've said, you need to also analyze the trends in their behaviors, right? Like, and double down on what works and remove what doesn't, right? Like this is why you use the insights, right? Use it so that you can see what works and what doesn't. Very simple. Now, if you go to the second tab, which is we are in the content, and now we go to overview, you can also see like the detailed stats for each one of the types of posts, right? So posts, stories, reels, videos, and lives. Now, when you post the videos, you will also see what is the time that your audience, like watches your posts or interacts with your posts the most. And this is very important because if your audience interacts with your post at 2 p.m. of whatever time, then you are going to logically, like you are going to have to adapt your strategy and post at these times, because these are the times that your audience is most likely to interact with your content. And like I've said, you got to double down on what works, and you got to remove every single other thing that doesn't get you closer to your goals. All right, guys. So this was one of the juiciest lessons of this entire Facebook marketing course by far, because we have covered one of the most important, if not the most important part of your Facebook marketing strategy, which is obviously understanding and using your target audience as a marketing weapon. We have covered how to actually identify your target audience on Facebook. We covered how to use Facebook Audience Insight, why and how to use customer personas, and last but not least, we have covered how to actually analyze audience behavior on Facebook and how to take advantage of it in your business. So, with that being said, I look forward to a next lesson, which is going to be all about content creation and strategy for your Facebook marketing. And with that said, see you guys soon, and I wish you a lot of success. All right, guys. So the next lesson is going to be about content creation and the strategy you should adapt whenever you're starting to make content, or even if you're, making content already. So, with that said, let's get right into this. So, here is what we are going to cover today. So, first of all, I'm going to explain types of content for Facebook, right? I'm going to explain posts, videos, stories, and reels. Next up, I'm gonna show you how to craft engaging and shareable posts, simple and specific actionable steps, that I'll give you. Then I'll show you how to actually, write captions in the best ways possible and how to choose visuals. And then I'm going to show you the content calendar creation and efficient scheduling. Now, warning, as usual, this is the most important video in the entire course. So watch the entire video, please. Don't skip, don't fast forward. It's not worth it. You need to listen, focus, and everything on every single thing I say, because you, as a student, want to get as much out of this course as possible. And pro tip, as always, watch the video in 2x speed if you want to save your time. So, introduction to content on Facebook. So, first of all, Facebook is one of the easiest ways to connect with your audience and build relationships. Your posts need to stand out to grab attention and keep people interested. Content on Facebook works best when it's simple, engaging, and valuable to your audience. Now, everybody says you need to have valuable and simple content, and today I'm going to elaborate on that. So don't worry about that. No generic advice. You'll also learn the types of content Facebook offers and how to craft posts that get noticed and shared by your specific audience. So, with that said, let's get right into it. So, types of content for Facebook. So, first of all, we have posts, right? Which are basically like basic text updates, photos, or links. So, for example, a local bakery posts a picture of freshly baked cinnamon rolls with the caption made fresh every morning. Who's craving one right now? Videos. You use videos to explain something or tell a story. Videos are a great way to give value specifically when you're doing step-by-step tutorials, right? So like 3 steps to write an email that converts. 3 steps, to write highly engaging and highly converting Facebook ads in under 5 minutes. Like stuff like that, like quickly digestible content. Example, a gym shares a 30-second workout tip video. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? Showing 3 easy stretches you can do at your desk. Stories, short temporary posts that disappear after 24 hours. Majority of you are probably aware of stories, right? Example, a boutique posts a story showing behind the scenes prep for their new product launch. And reels, short creative videos, which are basically, same as videos, but they're designed, to follow trends and to deliver quick messages, right? So, for example, a coffee shop shares a reel showing how they make latte art in under 20 seconds. And live videos, obviously, you can connect with your audience live, to respond to specific questions. So, for example, a beauty brand does a live demo of their newest skincare product, or if you're launching, an info product, for example, that's the way as well. So, how to craft engaging and shareable posts. So, first of all, that's most important, keep it simple. Focus on one clear message per post. No overloading with information. People are more confused than ever nowadays, and the simpler you get, the better the result is going to be. So, instead of saying a restaurant offers the best pasta, pizza, and salads with fresh ingredients and amazing flavors, write craving pasta, ours is made fresh daily. Come try it. This time with 20% discount, right? Simple posts, nothing complicated, right? Second of all, use eye-catching visuals. Posts with photos or videos grab attention faster than plain text. And now, right here, I will simply tell you, like, you have to have at least pictures. Like, if you really want to write only text posts only, you really got to drop value bombs. Like, it got to be really good, right? So, for example, great sale today. If you just have it with text, that doesn't make sense. But if you have a colorful photo with 50% off sign in your store window, that's, a different level, right? The next thing you got to do is add a call to action, aka the CTA. And this basically guides your audience on what to do next. Now, the simpler your call to action is, the better, okay? Because again, if you make it complicated, people will be confused. And like imagine people are scrolling every single day through Facebook and they see millions of posts. And like if your post is confusing, how do you expect them to stop on your specific post because you're just a random stranger to them and think about your message and what you try to, say to them. Like the post has to hit so hard, they'll be like, oh, this is interesting. Let me try this. And one of the best ways to do is by having a clear call to action, right? Click the link to order now, tag a friend who needs this. Super simple, to the point, right? And number four, know your audience. We already covered this, right? You need to do the research. Speak to their needs, interests, or problems, right? And also be consistent. Post regularly so your audience knows when to expect new updates. And also, like, if you post regularly, you just gain a natural respect in front of your audience, which, like, should be your ultimate number one best ever goal, right? So The best way to do that is by sticking to a schedule. And now, if you watched, and I hope you watched the previous lessons, I've said that Facebook allows you to schedule your posts. And this is like the best way to do it. Just imagine, you're sitting, on a Friday evening, you gotta do some work and you've got 2 hours of spare time. So you simply, plan out the content for the next week. And you basically create all the content week ahead. You schedule it on Facebook and you don't have to worry about that. The only thing you have to worry is then again creating the content the next Friday. Very simple, very effective. I do it. You should do it as well. So, examples of great Facebook posts. Now, I'm not going to go over the internet, like showing you specific posts, but I'm going to give you basic guidelines, right? Because I feel like that's the best thing. And then based on my information, put your own spin on it. Be original, don't be like everybody else. So, first thing, relatable posts. Share a story or moment your audience will connect with. I feel like personal stories, especially when they're yours and your audience can sense this is actually your story and it's not just a story generated by AI, for example, right? It will resonate and it will create bond, which is what you're ultimately looking for, right? So, next thing you need to do is educational posts, right? If you teach something helpful your audience doesn't know, then that's great. And here's the deal. I'm saying teach something helpful your audience does not know. I'm not saying teach something helpful because there's a major difference, right? If you teach something helpful that your audience knows, it's like just imagine you're full of food, right? You know, you've sat in the best restaurant and like you're just full and you just want to go sleep because you're tired and like, you need to digest all this food. If somebody else came to you offering you the best burger from like Gordon Ramsay, it wouldn't make sense. Like you would reject it, even though his burger was like the best burger in the world. If you don't crave it, you don't like, you will not accept it. And people in that same way, they will not read your posts, right? Because let's face it, you need to give them what they are looking for. And this is where research, like deep research, comes into play, right? Now, engagement posts. Super simple. Ask questions to encourage comments or shares. Promotional posts. Highlight discounts or limited time offers. Now, when you're giving discounts and limited time offers, make sure you justify why you're giving them in the first place. If you just randomly give discounts every single day, you're going to lose trust immediately, right? It has to have some kind of system in it, right? And celebration posts. Celebrate milestones with your audience, right? Again, sharing that personal stuff. Now, tips for beginners. You need to experiment with content types. So try everything because you're not going to, nobody knows what your audience craves until you try it, right? Like you can you can assume, but assumptions almost never go well, right? Also, use Facebook Insights, which we already went over in the previous lessons. Focus on value. That's what I've said right now. Post what your audience will find helpful, entertaining, or inspiring. Don't give them something they already have full belly of, right? Stay positive. Happy, uplifting posts get shared more than negative ones. Now, here's the caveat to it. If you want to gather attention, people will respond to negative ones more, right? However, if you want to build greater relationships and like great, reputation of your brand, you should be, sharing something positive, right? Because who wants to listen to someone who always, cries and like is unsatisfied with their life? The negativity, like there's not enough of positivity, right? And most important thing, engage back, reply to comment and messages to build stronger connections, to make your audience feel like you're actually a real person and not just some bot behind, Facebook. Now, let's go over the best practices for creating content. So, for captions, first of all, you need to keep it short. You have to use fewer words so people can read quickly and understand right away. Use a friendly tone. That's very important. Don't write like a robot. People will engage in what feels like a human. Unfortunately, majority of companies speak like robots. So the fine line between like being professional and talking conversationally is simply have your grammar in check, like have your grammar perfect, but talk like you're talking to a friend, right? And also add a call to action, right? Always tell them specifically what they should do. And also highlight value, right? Like always, every single post has never brag about yourself, right? Majority of your posts just need to be about your audience. People love feeling heard and understood. And use emojis wisely. Just don't overload with emojis. It looks like a gimmick and doesn't feel right. So yes. Now, best practices for choosing visuals. So key points. First of all, have high quality images, right? Clear, bright pictures, catch the eye. Super simple. Use Canva. iPhones are cheap today. They make insane photos. Get a good phone if you don't have, right? It's worth it. It's worth it. Use photos that fit your message, right? So just show something that supports your posts. Keep it consistent. Use the same style or color theme across your image. That's very important. Like a lot of good companies do that. A lot of bad companies don't. You just have to have like three colors that you pick. Like that's up to you. And then from here, you've got to like do you see like these creators on Instagram or Facebook and they have like blue background with like purple neons and like light and like this is their background all the time. And if they're not like in this background, they they basically they at least have like black shirt, right? Or stuff like this. This is what you need to do. You need to have consistency within your visuals. And simple graphics. Don't make it confusing. Same way, the same thing that applies to text also applies for visuals, right? And like I've said, test, test, test. Now, content calendar creation. So, why is this important? Super simple. You imagine you're running a business and you have 20 other, 20 other things to go for, right? And just imagine like you cannot just randomly post. Like it has to be structured, right? So you need to plan ahead, right? You simply want to write down what to post over next week or month. Now, if you ask me, right, let me just quickly reach to my notebook. This is my simple, notepad, um, you know, with all the notes for my business, right? I have, if I just show you, let me just quickly make this bigger. Um, I just have my notepad with all the tasks, and I honestly prefer like a physical version because nowadays everything is just digital, and I like the feel of the physical thing. It lets you be more focused, right? Keep track of important dates, right? Mark holidays or special events to inspire creative posts, right? Valentine's Day sales, back to school deals, Black Friday, stuff like that. Yeah, spread out different content types. This is what we've already been talking about. And also stay flexible, right? If something big happens in your industry, adjust your calendar. Like if you see there's some trend, like juice it out as much as possible, right? Like be smart, right? Like adapt sometimes. Don't be like a robot, right? And use a simple template. So a basic spreadsheet, calendar app, or like I've said, the physical notepad, right? Now, how to be efficient when it comes down to scheduling. So find your best times to post. And you do this simply by checking when your followers are most active, which, by the way, we covered in the previous lesson. Use scheduling tools, right? So automate your posts so they go live at the right time, right? Tools like Meta Business Suite or third-party apps. And I've already shown you, you can schedule your post very, very simply in the Meta Business Suite, right? If I go over here, we're in the Business Suite right now. And if I just go here, and if you go to Planner, right, you can just create post. And then what you can do, just quickly over here, if you see the scheduling options, you will set the date and time. Very, very simple, right? And then you can simply schedule your post whenever you want, right? And you just, write some random text and you click schedule. Super simple, very efficient. Highly recommend you to do that. And next thing, you need to batch your work, right? So set aside time once a week to create and schedule multiple posts. And then you review and adjust. After a few weeks, see which posts did well and tweak your plan. And most important thing, all the social media platforms highly like award is that is consistency, right? You need to post on a regular basis to help people know when to expect your content. And yeah. So wrapping it up, key points. Captions and visuals are the main ingredients for Facebook engagement. Short, clear captions help people see your message right away. Eye-catching visuals make your posts stand out in a busy news feed, right? Like just be simple and be consistent. A content calendar keeps your ideas organized and your posts on track because I'm telling you from my own experience, majority of people are not consistent. And when you are going to be consistent, Facebook and the algorithm is going to see it and it's going to push your content in front of more people, right? And smart scheduling ensures you reach your audience at the perfect time. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we covered everything that revolves around content creation and the strategy that's needed in order to succeed with content on your Facebook marketing journey. We have covered, types of posts, how to actually craft good and shareable posts. I have also, touched on how to actually write efficiently when it comes down to, Facebook post captions or Facebook posts in general. And last but not least, I have covered, how to schedule your content effectively. So, with that being said, I'm very excited for the next lesson because in the next lesson, we are going to go through the entire Facebook Ads Manager, and this is going to be one of the juiciest lessons by far in this entire course, and I'm so pumped to present everything to you. So see you guys. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we are going to go Facebook advertising basics, right? Now, we are simply going to go over what the Facebook ad manager does, right? So with that being said, let's get right into it. So first of all, let me show you where the business manager is located. So we are in the Meta Business Suite, and when we go to all tools, this one, we are going to see recently used, right? If you don't find it within your recently used tab, then simply, go over here and you will, find your Facebook Ad Manager. But most certainly, you should find it within the recently used tab, right? Now, right here, we are in the Facebook Ad Manager. Now, the Facebook Ad Manager is a tool for creating and managing ads on Facebook and Instagram, right? As the name suggests. Now, it's where you set budget, choose your audience, and track ad performance. You basically track everything that's needed in order to be tracked, right? All your advertising needs, from simple to advanced, is handled over here, right? Beginners will find it easy to use, and advanced users will find it complex enough to, get all their needs met. And by the end of this lesson, you will understand its features and how to navigate them. So, with that said, let's get right into it. So, first of all, now, if you can have a look at this, you will already see the campaigns, ad sets, and ads, right? So in this interface or in this dashboard, you will simply see you can access everything, right? It's very, very simple. Now, with that being said, let's just hop in to create your first campaign, right? So what we're going to do is that in this dashboard, we're going to click on create, right? Now, first of all, the first thing we need to do is that we need to choose a campaign objective, right? So basically what we need to do, like this is very simple. Like you basically need to know what is your goal with this specific ad campaign, right? If it's awareness, which is, showing your ads to people who are most likely to remember them, or if you want to drive traffic, to your destination, like a website, or if it's just for engagement, for likes, or if you want to get new contact information, such as email addresses, phone numbers, names, addresses, and all this sort of stuff, right? Or, which is like a unique new features, app promotion. And the last one, very, very simple for sales, right? So let's just simply put in, let's say that we want to get more traffic to our website, right? So we're going to click continue, right? Now, if you're a beginner, I would simply select recommended settings because you don't want to be, when you're beginning, you just want to go with what's, best set up for you. And this definitely is, right? So we're going to click on continue, right? Now, if we're right here, right? Um, Now we're simply going to click on next, which is another step. And right here, we are going to create our ad sets, right? Now, for those who don't know what ad sets are essentially groups of ads that share the same settings for how, when, and where to run. So basically, when you create certain settings for one specific ad set, then underneath the Facebook, underneath the ad set, there is going to be group of ads, group of separate ads. However, if you create a setting for the ad set, it is going to automatically, no matter what you do, apply to all the remaining ads. Okay, so that's the power of ad sets. Now, for example, if you set the conversion location on a website, all the ads will automatically send your traffic to the website, right? It won't be possible to book calls. It won't be possible to, send them to messages. It's just good. Basically, all the settings you apply in ad sets, it's going to apply to all your ads, right? Now, performance goal, which is very simple, right? So I would either go one of these two, like I wouldn't go with these other goals, but basically what you want to have, right, is either you want to maximize number of link clicks, right, which is essentially clicking on your link, or maximizing number of landing page views, which for those who don't know what landing page is, landing page is a standalone page that usually is here to either get your contact information or sell you some kind of course or some kind of service, right? So because we want, our website to be the objective, We are simply going to click on maximize number of link clicks. Now, cost per result goal. That's what you definitely need to do because essentially what you want to do, you want to, like I've said, when you have cost per result, you want to have some cost per like you want your result, which is going to be clicking on the page, to cost you as much unless it's profitable, right? Like if one click on your website costs you like $10, then obviously like you're gonna go bankrupt, right? But like if one click on your website costs like 20 cents, then obviously it's very profitable. And you've got to research these metrics by yourself, right? The best way to do that, honestly, is to use ChatGPT, right? Like I use ChatGPT all the time with stats like this, with the market research, and I highly encourage you to do the same, right? For the daily budget, that's very, very simple. You're simply going to you're simply going to type in whatever your budget is. And for the start date, it's very simple. When you want your ads to start. Now, you also can select end date, which, is completely optional. If you want this ad, like if you have a big budget and if you're confident this ad is going to perform very well, then you can do that, right? Now, if not, you can send an end date, right? So you can select 30 days, for example, right? Um, so let me just this is in Czech crowns because I'm from Czech Republic. So let's just do like 10, right? Must be at least $1. So let's do 25. Budget scheduling, don't do that. That's not needed. Then for your locations, you don't need to do that right now. But what you should do is to click on more options right here. What you have, like if you have some kind of audiences are not going to work for your business, and like you've already tested that they don't work, you can exclude these custom audiences that you've saved, right? Remember when I was telling you to save custom audiences? That's exactly what I was telling you to do. But right here, you can use it for a different purpose, right? You can use it to exclude so that they don't target these audiences. Because if you already have data that show that, these audiences just don't work for your brand, then you can, use them and make them like exclude, right? Okay, right now we click next and we are at the ad level, right? Now you can create how many ads you want in there. However, you're just going to simply select super simple stuff. So first of all, you're gonna select your ad name, right? Very, very simple. You can call it however you want, right? So ad number one, right? Um, Now the identity, that's very important. Basically, this is where you pick the Facebook or Instagram page, which your ad will be associated with, right? So we can use, this one, for example, and then you can either, use Instagram account, which you can connect, or you can use Facebook page. It's very simple. If you've already connected your Instagram account, you can do that, right? Now, now the next thing, we have create ad, use existing post. Obviously, we're going to create ad, right? Now, the destination part is where they simply going to be sent to, right? So you're going to click website and then the URL, right? Now, you can then add additional, contact method if you want, a bigger opportunity or bigger chance of people connecting with you. And so like if it's relevant, which right now, wouldn't be relevant, right? Like if you're promoting a website, I don't feel like it's relevant to promote a call with you, right? If it's like a landing page that sells a service, then the call is a great idea. But for this case, just select none. again, you've got to understand the context of it, right? Because if you don't understand the context, then it doesn't make sense. And like in this tutorial, I'm just showing you how to navigate through, right? Now, the next thing is your ad creative, right? And this is very, very important because essentially, what you can do, you can either select image ad or video ad. Now, if you select image, obviously going to have image, and then there's going to be a text, right? So if we are going to go over the, image ad, we are going to, first of all, set up the URL of our website, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to type in, our site, which by the way doesn't work. It's just, now right here, what we're gonna do, right? The thumbnail is basically the picture of the ad, right? If you look at this, choose an image that is at least 300 to 300 pixels. It's basically the image that represents the ad. So let me just add some random picture, which by the way is going to be the thumbnail from my Facebook page, just to tell you. And right here, we are going to write a label for our link, right? So basically, the label for our link means how we want to display the name of our website, right? So let's just say, marketing website, right? Just copy it in there. Boom. Now, right here is where you're going to write your ad copy text, right? Now, the primary text is very, very important because this is essentially what people see as a first thing, right? They don't see the picture, they see the text, right? So, what's very important is your first sentence, right? And this is why you have to hook them in. Now, in this lesson, I'm not going to be teaching you like how to actually, write good copy. Like I'm gonna teach you that in the next lessons. But for now, let's just write something random, right? So we are the best marketing agency of 2024. Here, here is why. One, two, blah blah blah, right? Now for the headline, obviously the headline again has to be punchy. I'm going to teach you how to make the headline punchy, right? For now, just write something captivating. So, the best marketing agency of 2024, right? It needs to be something short, something punchy. And then the description is basically this. It's kind of tricky, right? So, what I mean by this, the description only shows to people whose the description is irrelevant, and like if the algorithm feels that the description is irrelevant to that kind of human being who sees it, then they will display it. And the position of the description within the hierarchy of the ad might change. So it's Facebook uses it to enhance the effectiveness of the ad for certain people, right? So if you look at the description, yeah, they just give you this almost the same description, right? Its position may vary, right? So we generated over 120% increase in sales for fitness coaches. Uh, we did this by using the XYZ formula. Wanna be Next, right? Very, very simple. Now, call to action is very, very important, right? Because whatever you select has to be relevant to it has actually the call to action button has to be the action you want them to take, right? Very simple. So if we have a website, the best thing is learn more, right? Like there's millions, contact us, download, get offer. There's millions of buttons, but when you want a website visit, this is the best option, right? All right, now what you can see right here is the media crop for placements. It's basically is showing you how the ad or how the ad creative is going to look when it's displayed to your potential audience, right? Now, obviously, this is like the most terrible ad creative because I chose it only for example. But like I'm saying, you just have to create good ad creatives that actually match the layout. And I'll give you the best option you can do, right? So look, if you go to Canva, right, and you want to create a design, here it asks you what would you like to create. So if you click Facebook ad creative, um, do you see like all these ads, right? Facebook ad, and it gives you the layout, right? You can even like have certain templates, like Canva gives you absolutely insane templates, and then you can simply put them in there. It's absolutely insane, right? So just heads up because this is like the most phenomenal thing. And you can use it. It will save you a lot of time. You don't have to be graphic designer, right? Now, when we click next, we are basically ready to go. Now, here's some image animation AI feature from Facebook, which obviously tells us that it's not compatible, which I feel like is not necessary. But yeah, and if we look, right? If we look at these enhancements, right? If you look at other active enhancements, you can add overlays, right? Which is great thing. Then you can have visual touch-ups, right? It's basically like an automatic function from Facebook to make your ads look nicer. You can also add music, right? Um, right? You can then click and change music. Like this is absolutely unbelievable. Um, go back to enhancements. And last but not least, Facebook can also improve your text, right? Which is absolutely insane. So, yeah, this is pretty much it. After that, you're simply going to click on done, and then you can hit the publish button, and your ad will be ready to go. Now, like I've said, I'm not teaching you how to run ads and like how to be the best in ads. I'm just showing you the entire layout, actually how to understand the Facebook ad manager, right? Now, as we went back to our Meta Business Suite, I just wanted to mention that you can do the same stuff with videos, carousels, we did images. You can also do plain text ads. Yeah, you can pretty much do this all sorts of things, right? You can use videos, carousels, images, text, all this sort of stuff. You can do that in the same way I did it during the walkthrough I just shown you. And with that being said, right now we are just going to go back to theory. And with this knowledge on how to actually walk through Facebook Ad Manager and how to create ads, I'm going to give you some practical theoretical tips to keep in mind when setting up for success when it comes down to ads. Okay, so with that said, let's get right into it. All right, so let's just talk about how to set a budget for your campaign in the best way possible, right? So, first of all, what you want to do is that you want to calculate your monthly budget, right? Basically, just decide on the maximum you can spend per month, right? That's the first thing. Now, split that into daily or lifetime budget. Now, most people will just simply split it into daily budget, right? Which basically means if it's $500 per month, then it's going to be roughly about $16 per day, right? Now, first of all, now the next thing, what you need to do is that you need to test with small daily budgets. And also, you need to use campaign budget optimization, referred to as a CBO, right? Um, Basically, what Facebook does with this, it distributes it to the best performing ads, right? Basically, Facebook takes, your budget, and based on the performance, it takes, most amount of the budget and puts it into the best performing ads so that you don't waste money, right? Very important thing. Now, if I were you, I would test with small daily budgets because if you don't have data and you just randomly throw a lot of money into advertising, it can go horribly wrong. Trust me. And like if you set $5,000 and just waste $200 every single day on something that doesn't work, trust me, guys, it's a very expensive thing, and I would not recommend anyone to do that, right? Um, so start with $5 to $10 per day, right? Don't gamble. It's not worth it. And before scaling up, you need to make sure that the ads are performing, right? And then after you do this, just simply regularly review performance, right? And most importantly, check cost per result in Ad Manager to ensure it aligns with your goals. Right now, let's just talk about choosing campaign objectives for conversions, right? And we already talked about this, but we will go over this in a little bit more detail. So, identify your primary goal as a first thing, right? So, for example, driving website purchases, collecting leads, or increasing app downloads, right? You need to have your ad objective, right? Very important. Now, obviously, if you want to get conversions, you need to select conversions as the campaign objective. And we already, went through that. So just simply select conversion as the campaign objective, right? Now, the next thing you need to do is set a specific conversion event, right? And we already did this. And basically, in the ad set, you need to select actions like purchase or add to cart because these options are designed to drive conversions to, increase your revenue, the money you made, right? Also, use the Facebook pixel to track. We are going to go over this as well in the following lessons. And if you know, basically, if um if you want to convert, then you need to send your traffic to a landing page that is going to try to sell them the thing that you're promoting, right? Because if you just randomly include an ad and you want them to buy, it's most probably not going to work. So you must, in other words, you must match the objective to your funnel, right? The entire funnel has to make sense. And then, last but not least, you need to use Facebook's learning phase, something that's called Facebook learning phase. And this basically means that the Facebook is going to learn based on your previous ads. And what you want to do is that you at least want to get 50 conversions minimum before making changes to your ad, because then the Facebook is going to adapt to whatever you're selling, and the Facebook's algorithm is going to be smarter in the future, which means then it automatically will suggest some changes, and it will, send your ads to better people, to better customers. It's going to optimize your budget better and stuff like this, right? Now, the next thing is the understanding of bidding strategies for conversions. In other words, understanding how to, how to put your budget in a way that basically understanding how much you can, bid on your ads in order to get conversion. So first things first, first thing that you need to do is to choose a bidding strategy, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to go to the ad set level and choose between lowest cost or cost cap, right? If you set a cost cap, um, that means that how like what is the maximum budget in order to get the sale, right? So if it's like if you know that you will like if your product for example costs $20, you don't want to spend more than $10 on the conversion because otherwise it wouldn't make financial sense, right? So that's why you set cost cap. Now, lowest cost for maximum result, right, is that Facebook will also try to be as efficient as humanly possible to get your result. And if you set the lowest cost, it's, if you set it to $5, then the Facebook is only going to use $5 and more, right? It's never going to use like $3 to get you to your conversions, right? So you need to optimize that according to the data you gather, right? And then the next thing you need to do is to monitor return on ad spend, which is ROAS, right? You do that by using the breakdown tab in Ad Manager to track ROAS and ensure profitability. Now, the next thing that you're going to do is that you're going to adjust based on data, right? Now, the next thing we're going to discuss is success with budgets and objectives. And now, what I mean by this, like, we are going to talk about how to be as successful as humanly possible while spending as less as humanly possible, right? So, first of all, in order to really get specific data, you need to set up your Facebook pixel and then install the pixel on your websites to track conversions accurately. Now, we are going to go over it in the following lessons, but I'm just going to mention it right here. Next thing is A/B testing. And what A/B testing means is that you essentially have, two variations of the same ad. However, one ad is, for example, plain text, and the second ad is video. And like the text is same, right? The script is the same. The person tells the same story. But, in the first ad, it's just, a text. In the second ad, it's a video. Or with the A/B testing, it would also be two completely different ads, right? So it could be both of them could be text ads, right? But some of them could be like a story, right? And the second one could be, just quick, 5 bullet points on what your service or what your product does. And then based on the A/B testing, you decide which one, or you let the market decide which one performs the best, and then you decide, right? It's no blind, guessing. The next thing you should do is you should analyze performance metrics, right? We already talked about it. Focus on CPR, ROAS, click-through rate to identify strengths and weaknesses. And like I've said, you are going to find that in your Facebook Ads Manager, right? Now, the next thing you should do is to retarget warm audiences. And regarding the retargeting, you need to use retargeting campaigns for users who visited your websites or added items to their cart, right? The thing that you do with retargeting is you simply want to juice out or squeeze out as much profit out of already existing customers as possible, right? Because they already know you, they already trust you, they already bought from you, so why not do that again? And you do that by retargeting, right? Last thing, but not least, scale successful campaigns, right? Because you need to double down on what works and you need to remove what doesn't. Very simple. These are the basics, and honestly, many people talk about it, but not many people do this, right? Now, here are some of the key performance indicators to aim for. And if I were you, I would just write these down because this is very important, right? So, with cost per result, you should aim for up to $1 for leads and anywhere from $5 to $15 for purchases. Again, it depends on your industry. You need to do your research, but you get it, right? Click-through rate, a good CTR is above 1%. Higher CTRs indicate engaging ads. Now, the conversion rate, target 2% to 5% for e-commerce. High rates mean your landing page is effective, right? With ROAS, aim for ROAS of 3x or higher. Example, spend $100, earn $300. And frequency, keep frequency below 3 to avoid audience fatigue. Now, for the conclusion, right? What we learned in this lesson, because this was big lesson, juicy lesson, a lot of new material, right? So, first of all, success in Facebook ads comes from clear objectives, smart budgeting, and ongoing testing. Start with small budget, use data to guide decisions, and refine strategies over time. Track your KPIs closely to ensure you're meeting your goals. And apply these steps to maximize conversions and get the most from your ad spend. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have actually covered how to navigate through the entire Facebook Ads Manager in order to generate the best results, possible for your business. And the last thing I'll just tell you is that just make sure that you as a student go through this entire lesson multiple times, not just once, but multiple times. The reason is very simple. You have to get a full understanding of all the details and nuances that are included into this lesson. And by the way, there's a lot of them. And obviously, you're not going to get them, at the first sight. So, for that reason, please, after you go through this entire course, make sure you especially check out this lesson multiple times. And with that being said, let's get right into the next lesson. All right, guys. So I'm very excited for you because in the previous lesson, we have covered Facebook advertising basics. We have gone over how to actually set up ad campaign. I gave you some specific tips, and now we are going to go over some advanced strategies. So let's go over it. So here's what we're going to cover, right? We're going to cover audience targeting techniques such as custom audiences and lookalike audiences, retargeting strategies with Facebook Pixel, A/B testing ads for optimization, ad performance metrics, and improving ROI. And that's pretty much that. This is going to be a very juicy lesson. Amazing stuff ahead. Now, warning as always, this is the most important video in the entire course. So please watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. Everything builds upon each other, right? Now, pro tip as always, if you want to save your time, please watch the video in 2x speed. So let's go over audience targeting techniques such as custom audiences and lookalike audiences. So why audience targeting matters in the first place? First of all, it shows ads to the right people, right? Imagine trying to sell winter coats to people living in tropical climates. That's what happens if you don't target your ads. Targeting ensures your ads reach the people who are most likely to care about what you're offering. Second of all, you save money. When your ads go to the wrong people, you waste money. Targeting helps you avoid this by focusing only on interested groups. Third, targeting makes ads feel personal. Have you ever seen an ad that seemed made just for you? Well, that's the power of audience targeting in real life. It helps create connections with your audience. Next, you get more clicks. Because when your audience feels your ad is relevant to them, they're more likely click on it. And next, you measure success easily, right? Because targeted ads allow you to see which groups are responding best, so you can improve future campaigns and pull your all of your eggs into the basket that generates you the most amount of money. Very simple. So, how to use custom audiences? So, first of all, let me just tell you what is a custom audience. So, custom audience is a group of people you've already connected with. Think of it as your loyal customers or website visitors. Now, how to create one, right? You can simply use Facebook tools to upload a list of your customers' email addresses or phone numbers. You can also build a custom audience from people who visited your website. And we already went through it, right? So, if I'm not mistaken, this was a third lesson of this course. So, or no, second one. In the second one, I shown you how to use custom audiences, right? So, the custom audiences help you track website visitors, right? By adding Facebook Pixel, which by the way, I'm going to show you how to create, you can track visitors and build an audience based on their behavior, right? Like people who viewed a product but didn't buy. And next, it lets you focus on people you know because these audiences are already familiar with your brand, which means they're more likely to respond to your ads, right? If if you have your website visitors and you build audiences based on your visitors, then there's a bigger opportunity, these people will buy from you. Like imagine let's say you have a shop, in a small city, right? And you have tens of people walking past your shop, and some of these people just stop and like stare at the shop and like they don't go inside, but they, look what you're having inside. They're kind of, deciding whether to go in, whether to buy stuff. And like if imagine if you can just have these people walking past your store, right? How much more will the chance of getting conversions or making people purchase your product would increase, right? This would be like 100 times, right? And then you can also create ads for each group, right? Let's say some people visited your website but didn't buy. So what you're gonna do, you will show them an ad with a discount code to encourage them to come back, right? Like if you see somebody didn't buy, you will then use that fact to build more relationship and more trust with them. This is why you give them discount, right? Now, how to use lookalike audiences. So first of all, what is a lookalike audience? Think of this as a group of strangers who share similar interests and behaviors with your best customers. Facebook finds these people for you, which is absolutely amazing, right? Now, how you do it? You start with a custom audience, right? So you upload your best customer list or website audience that you have, and Facebook will find lookalikes based on that data. So what you're going to do, you're simply going to have a list, right? Have a list of your best visitors that you're going to gather from your website, and then you're going to upload that, right? And then Facebook is going to find similar people to those. Now, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to choose how big you want this lookalike audience. And let me explain what this means, right? You can basically tell Facebook how closely matched you want these lookalikes to be. If it's a 1% size, that means they will be very, very similar, but there's going to be fewer of them, right? While 10% gives you extreme reach, but also they're not as similar as you might, want them to be. And like In this case, it's kind of like an alchemy to find what works the best, right? Because you need to test, you need to, refine, you need to test based on the feedback. So that's pretty much that. And then you can add details, right? You can narrow down the audience further. For example, you can focus on people who love fitness or online shopping, right? And last but not least, you should test and learn, right? You should, like I've said, experiment with different audience sizes and interests to see which performs best for ads, right? Now, tips for best results. And after I give you these tips, I'm quickly going to show you how to create a lookalike audience. Okay, so first thing you need to do, update your customer list constantly, because if you use a customer list from 2016, guess what's going to happen? These are not going to be accurate data. And if you create audience from like lookalike audience from 2016, you better not be advertising at all, right? Because it's just going to be useless and you're going to throw away a lot of money, right? Next thing you should do, you should segment your groups to be even more accurate, right? And why, right? So it's like you break your audiences into smaller groups like recent buyers and frequent website visitors for more precise targeting so that you get even better results, right? Also, you can try different messages. Not all audiences respond the same way, right? So test multiple ad variation to see which one clicks. Also, highlight benefits. Show why your product or service is valuable and how it solves problems. Also, use the Facebook Insights that I've shown you already, right? Check your ad performance reports and make changes based on what's working, right? So let me just quickly show you how to use or how to create lookalike audience. Okay, so again, we are in the Meta Business Suite, and what we're going to do is that we're going to go to All Tools, right? Then we're going to go to Audiences, and when this loads, it should be pretty fast. We can then create a custom audience or a lookalike audience, right? So if we click on Custom Audience, I've already shown you this. You can use customer list, you can use website, you can use catalog, offline activity, you can even use based on your Instagram account, which is absolutely insane feature. You can use the lead form, everything, right? The same goes with this, but it's a little bit different, right? Now, what you're going to do, you're going to select an existing audience that you already have, right? Or you're going to select a data source such as your website. And then what you're going to do, if you look here, select audience location, you're simply going to select where do you know these people are. So if if your custom audience is located in, UK, you know that you want to find lookalike audiences in the UK, right? So we're just gonna United Kingdom, super simple. You can do more, but if I were you, I wouldn't put in more than two or three, right? Because we don't want to be so broad, right? Now, select number of lookalike audiences. For the beginning, I would start with one, right? And right here, what you want to do is if you see, right? If we click all the way to 10%, we've got 5.4 million. However, lookalike audience will not be as similar to your audience as the one with 1%. Let me just quickly go. Yeah. You see, we have 500,000 people, but these people are really, really like highly similar or familiar with your content. And like I've said, you've got to find, a good balance between the size, but also the specificity of your audience. Now, when you've got this, because if we don't have our custom audience, you simply click create audience, and that is pretty much that, right? Done. Now, let's go over retargeting strategies with Facebook Pixel. And by the way, I'm also going to show you how to create your Facebook Pixel. It's very, very simple, right? So, first of all, why retargeting works. So, you basically can stay in front of potential customers, right? Now, this is very simple, right? Let me ask you this. Have you ever browsed an online store and then saw ads for the same product later? That's retargeting. It keeps your brand fresh in their minds. Now, next thing that retargeting does is that it turns interest into action. Retargeting nudges people who were curious about your product but didn't buy to take the next step. It can also save lost sales, right? Many people abandon their shopping carts. Retargeting reminds them to complete their purchase. Now, if you guys think that when somebody leaves their cart, that the sale is like gone and wasted and lost, you're completely wrong because data show that if you're using retargeting correctly, you can you can rescue and you can save up to 30% of sales, which is absolutely insane number. That's like third of the company's revenue, which, if you ask me, that's a great number, right? And retargeting also builds trust over time, right? Because seeing your brand multiple times makes people more comfortable buying from you, right? And like I've said, it also increases sales. So let's go over how Facebook Pixel works in the first place. So what is a Facebook Pixel? It's a small code you add to your website that tracks what visitors do, like browsing products or signing up for emails. And Facebook Pixel collects data. It gathers information about actions visitors take, such as clicking a product or adding it to their cart. Now, it also creates targeted ads, right? Based on the Pixels data, you can retarget these visitors with specific ads that remind them of your product. It also lets you measure success, right? Because Pixel also shows how well your ads perform by tracking conversions like purchases or signups. And last but not least, it optimizes your ads, right? With pixel data, Facebook helps adjust your ads to target people more likely to take action. So, before I tell you how to retarget with Facebook Pixel, I'm first going to show you where you can find your Facebook Pixel. All right, so right now we are in the Ads Manager, and what we are going to do, right, is we are going to click on All Tools, and then we are going to click on Events Manager, which either is going to be here or is going to be somewhere in there, right? So we're just going to click on that. The way we create the Facebook pixel, right, is this. So first of all, we're going to click on Connect Data. We're going to click on Web because obviously we're going to want to track data from our website. Then we're going to click on Next, right? We're not going to click this. We are gonna we're gonna put the name of our Facebook pixel. So let's just say Facebook pixel, Facebook pixel number one. Then we're gonna click create, and let's wait. Now the next thing is that's gonna happen is that Facebook is gonna ask us how we want to connect our Facebook pixel, how we want to track, everything on our website, how we want to connect the Facebook pixel with our website. So the way we're going to do it, we're either going to set it up manually, which you can set up very, very easily, just gonna paste in the code. But like, because most of you are, or majority of people I was working with and I'm working with use WordPress for creating their websites because WordPress is free, right? So what we're going to do, because it's code free, doesn't cost anything, and it needs no maintenance, right? So where we're gonna go, we're gonna set this second option. We're gonna click on next, And right here in all these different platforms, right, which by the way you can use, you will click on WordPress. And right now, this is very simple, right? In WordPress, as you can clearly see, we're going to go over plugins, right? And what we are going to go is we're going to go search and choose Facebook for WordPress. And we're simply, as you can clearly see, like the Facebook has absolutely awesome tutorial. We're going to select install now and then activate, right? Now, the next thing is that we're going to simply connect it to Facebook, which you can clearly see right here. You're just going to go click start it, and the WordPress is just going to take you through the steps. Then we're going to click next, and right here, right, what you're going to do is that you're going to enter the URL for this website, and you're going to send test traffic to ensure this works properly and that everything is set up correctly. Now, after that, and we're obviously not going to do that because right now I already have my Facebook pixel installed, but after you go to setting up events, that's basically like what kind of events you want, Facebook to monitor. Do you want to monitor signups? Do you want to monitor conversions? Do you want to monitor purchases? Do you want to monitor website clicks? Like, what is the events that you want to monitor? That's what you're gonna, set up, and then you're simply gonna confirm, and you're ready to go. And with this being said, this is right here. We are right here with tracking the key events, right? So you will basically decide what actions you want to track, right? This is what I talked about just a minute ago, like when someone views a product, adds it to their cart, completes a purchase. You need to set these up in Events Manager, right? So, for example, use view content to track when someone looks at a product page, use add to cart to track when someone puts an item in their cart, use purchase to track sales, and so on and so on, right? Now, the next thing you're going to do is that you're going to create custom audiences, right? Because once Pixel starts collecting data, you can then go to Facebook Ads Manager and create a custom audience, right? So, for example, people who visited your website in the last 30 days, people who added items to their cart but didn't check out, for example, people who made a purchase and might want to buy again. And after this, you will build retargeting ads based on these custom audiences, right? And you are going to design ads specifically for these groups, right? So, for example, you're going to offer a discount or free shipping to people who abandon their cart. For example, you're going to show ads featuring the exact product someone viewed using dynamic ads, or you're going to promote new or related products to past customers. And the next thing you're going to do is that you're going to set time windows, which basically means you will decide how far back you want to retarget visitors. For example, you will only target cart abandoners within the last 7 days for urgency, right? And you will retarget past website visitors within 30 to 90 days for broader re-engagement. So like what I was trying to say is that like you don't want to retarget like people who visited your website like, a year ago, for example, right? Now, tips for best results. Very important. Test multiple audiences, like I've said. Try targeting smaller groups like cart abandoners versus broader groups like all website visitors. Create clear calls to actions. Tell people exactly what to do next, like complete your purchase or shop now. Use eye-catching images. So like make sure your ad visual grabs attention quickly, especially on your mobile, right? Frequency capping. Limit how often someone sees your ad to avoid annoying them. That's very, very important, right? And last but not least, monitor performance. So check your ads manager to see how your ads perform. Now, A/B testing for ad optimization, right? So first of all, we already covered that, but we will make sure we cover that again. What is A/B testing? A/B testing is comparing two versions of an ad to see which one performs better. It's like a contest between two ads to find out which gets more clicks, sales, or interest. And obviously, you're going to put, all your focus on the one that performs great. Only one thing is changed between the two ads, like headline or image, right? You always want to make sure that like you test, two different variables. Like if there's too many variables, then you don't know what caused the effect, right? If there's like seven different variables, then you don't know. This helps you learn what your audience likes best without guessing. A/B testing ensures your advertising budget is spent wisely, right? And like I've said, it helps improve results by understanding what works and what doesn't. And you can avoid wasting money on ads that don't connect with your audience. And A/B testing essentially helps uncover trends in audience behavior. And it builds a data driven approach to marketing decisions. And over time, small improvements from A B testing lead to big results, right? So, how to set up an A B test? First of all, start with one goal, like increasing clicks or conversions. Then choose one element to test, like the headline, image, or call to action button. Then create two versions of the ad, which one would be version A, the second one version B. Then divide your audience so each version gets the same number of views. And then let the test run long enough to gather enough data for accurate results, which in my opinion is at least 1 week. Now, the best practices for A/B testing. Test one thing at a time to know what caused the difference in performance. Also, make sure both ads are shown to similar audiences for a fair comparison. Also, use clear and measurable goals like clicks, signups, or sales. Avoid making decisions too early. Let the test run its course. And keep experimenting, even after finding a winner, to stay ahead. Now, let me quickly tell you which mistakes to avoid at all costs. First of all, don't test too many changes at once, because then you have no clue at all on what actually caused the change, right? Also, not having enough data before deciding which ad performed better. So don't test for like a day and then run away. Don't choose elements that don't impact performance, like tiny color changes, right? And also make sure you don't ignore your audience's preferences when setting up the test. Also, forgetting to analyze why one version performed better. Like you need to make logical sense out of it, right? Like if you don't, you're setting up yourself pretty much for trouble. Now, which ad performance metrics to look for, right? So, first of all, what are the ad performance metrics? Now, metrics are numbers that tell you how well your ad is going. They include clicks, impressions, conversion rates, and cost per click. Now, let me show you where you can find them. Okay, so right now we are again in the Meta Business Suite. And what we're going to do, we are going to go to the Ads Manager as always, and I'm just going to quickly show you where you can see all those stats, right? So if you go to campaign level, right, you can see delivery, bid strategy, budget, results, reach, impression, cost per results, amount spent, and ends, right? Which means if it's still going, if it started, if it hasn't. Then you go to ad sets, right? Then you can see results, reach, impressions, cost per result, amount spent, and the schedule, right? Which basically means when this specific ad set is scheduled to run. And then you've got ads, right? Again, budget, results, reach, impression, cost per results, engagement rate rating, conversion rate rating, amount spent, all this stuff, all these, different statistics. So let's continue. So These metrics show you what's working and where changes might be needed. I've already told you the numbers you should aim for, just you aim for them and you know where to find them as well. Now, tracking these helps you get the most value out of your ads because you're just not blindly following everything and anything, right? Good metrics can guide future ad strategies. And now here are the key metrics to watch. So first of all, click through rate, which basically means how many people clicked on your ad. Next, conversion rate, how many people completed your goal, like making a purchase, uh, giving you their email address, contact information, stuff like this. Next one is impressions, how often your ad was shown to people. Cost per click, aka the CPC, how much you pay for each click on your ad. And the return on investment ROI, how much profit your ad generates compared to the cost. Now, how to analyze metrics. That's very important because the way you analyze them decides your success or the lack of the success, right? So first of all, look for patterns, like which types of ads have higher CTRs. Compare metrics across different ads to find high performers. And use low performing metrics as clues for what to improve, right? Focus on metrics that align with your goals, like conversions for sales. And keep tracking metrics over time to see trends. Be consistent. Don't just, skip because you feel like it doesn't make sense right now. Success is not being built overnight. Now, the ways to improve ROI. First of all, use A/B testing, focus on high-performing metrics, which we already covered, and adjust to boost weaker areas. Also, target the right audience with precise demographic settings, write clear and engaging ad copy that speaks to your audience, and set a budget that matches your goals and monitor spending, right? Because if you want to make $1 million and you put in $10, you get the idea, right? Now, let's just quickly go over common challenges and solutions, right? So, first challenge is high CPC rates, aka high cost per click rates, right? Basically meaning that your ads cost too much to click on, right? Solution. What you should do, you should refine your audience targeting to reach more interested users, right? You should think of a difference in your audience targeting. You should target different audience. The next challenge, low click-through rates. And the solution is this. Test different headlines and images to attract more clicks. Basically, make your ad copy better, right? Challenge, poor conversion rates. This is very important. Make sure that first of all you have a landing page copy, and now I can create an entire masterclass about this, but the most important thing about the landing page, it has to seamlessly flow from the ad to the landing page itself to ensure the landing page matches the promise of the ad, right? Next thing, unclear data, and that's very simple. Just simplify your testing to focus on one metric at a time. And fifth challenge, budget running out too quickly. Solution, monitor spending daily and adjust bits as needed. All right, guys. So this lesson was all about metrics, A/B testing, and advanced retargeting strategies. Right now, we have gone into the weeds and details of the entire Facebook marketing strategy. And like I've said in the previous lesson, I would highly encourage you to watch this lesson multiple times, as there is much more details than in the first lessons, because the first lessons were just introductory lessons, but right now we are going into important details. And for that reason, we have to, or you have to, study this lesson multiple times in order to get as much out of it as possible. So, with that being said, I cannot wait to see you in the next lesson, which, by the way, is going to be all about leveraging Facebook groups. And this is pretty much it. And I cannot wait to see you guys soon. Peace. All right. So, the next lesson is going to be about how to leverage Facebook groups, which is going to be a topic that's unknown to many people, but I feel like it's very important and I wanted to include it within this course. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is because people don't realize the power Facebook groups have when it comes down to marketing. Now, you can, before I even start, right? I will not teach you how to create a Facebook group. Like, this is the simplest thing, right? You do this through your personal account and then you connect it with your business suite. It's very easy. We're not going to be covering that. However, I'm going to be covering very specific details on how to actually make groups stand out and enhance your engagement with your community, right? So let's go over it. Here's what we're going to cover: creating and managing Facebook groups, engaging with communities to build brand loyalty, using groups for lead generation and customer support, and that's pretty much it. Now, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course, so watch the entire video, don't skip and don't fast forward. And pro tip, as always, if you want to save your time, watch the video in 2x speed. So, creating and managing Facebook groups. So, first of all, why do they even matter? They allow you to connect with a targeted audience. Facebook groups bring together people who share a specific interest. For brands, this means gathering a community that's already interested in what you offer. They also boost engagement. This is what I talked about, right? Group members are more likely to engage in discussions, share experiences, and respond to posts than on a typical business page, which is your homepage, right? And these groups will serve you as conversational and friendly extensions of your business, which will also allow you to not only be seen like a shark that just wants to get as much profits as possible, but also as a human being who builds communities, and then these communities are going to build relationship with your audience, which then will ultimately lead you or lead your audience to trust you more, which then will also lead for them to buy from you. Again, it will establish authority, right? Like I've said, a well managed group positions you or your brand as an expert in your field, fostering trust and credibility. Next thing, you will foster community. Groups create a space where members feel valued and connected, increasing loyalty over time. Next thing that they're going to give you is organic reach advantage. Unlike business pages, posts in Facebook groups often get better organic visibility, meaning your content is seen by more people. Now, let me quickly give you the best practices for managing a Facebook group according to my own experience, right? So, first of all, define your purpose clearly. Set a clear purpose for your growth, right? Is it for support? Is it for sharing tips? Is it for networking? Is it for finding jobs? Is it for giving valuable advice? Communicate this in the group's description, and you have to communicate it as clearly as humanly possible. Next thing that's very important, you have to establish group rules. Create rules to maintain a positive and respectful environment. This sets expectations and reduces conflicts, which is, if you have conflicts within your group, that's the worst thing that can happen, right? Next thing, post consistently. Keep the group active by sharing valuable content regularly, such as tips, updates, or questions to spark discussions. Now, like I've said, like Hormozy says, like you need to give away your best content for free and then have even more to sell them, right? So it's like very, very simple. Like you have to just give them something they look for, not things they already have, right? Because that's what the majority of people do. They give away these free PDFs, these freebies, but nobody cares about them simply because the internet is overloaded with this, and you have to find something that's going to be personal to them and they're going to find of value. And the best place to do that is through Facebook groups. And moderate effectively. Monitor posts and comments to ensure they align with your group's purpose. Remove spam and handle disputes diplomatically. Also, encourage member contributions. Invite members to share their experiences, ask questions, or post ideas. This makes them feel involved and valued. Now, how to engage with communities to build brand loyalty. So, first of all, start with listening. That's very important. Spend time understanding what the members are discussing. Learn about their pain points, interests, and goals, right? You really want to spark discussions. You want to, create polls. You want to create quizzes. You want to create, I would even say like polarizing topics to get the discussion going. And based on that, you want to note trends, right? You want to identify common questions or concerns that come up repeatedly. Use these as opportunities to provide valuable insights. Also, acknowledge members' needs. Show members that you're paying attention by addressing their concerns in your posts or comments. When you see someone just struggles with, you know, let's say writing emails, you're just going to say, I saw, Sarah struggling with her email, and this is why I created this personalized tutorial and I answered some of the questions she had when she was discussing with me, right? Or with other members. In this way, you're going to create a lot of trust, a lot of credibility, great stuff. Also, it's very important. Avoid overselling. First, focus on building trust through meaningful conversations rather than just pushing sales. If you're going to do this, if you're going to push sales, people are going to see through it. And to be honest with you, it's game over for you. Also, celebrate wins. Share success stories from your group members to foster a sense of community. Also, communicate consistently. So you have to be there, right? And it takes work, and that's the only answer I can give you, right? Respond to comments and messages quickly. Your engagement sets the tone for others to follow because you should lead by example. Like I've said, create polls, which gives you space for feedback. Also, host live events. Use live video sessions for Q&A, tutorials, or behind the scenes content. These interactions build stronger connections. Also, personalized interactions. That's very important. Use members' names when responding and reference past conversations to show you really care. Like, if you guys can make it feel personal and if you make it really feel like a community, not just some randomly created Facebook groups to increase sales, you're building name, you're building a brand, and that's very important, right? And next thing, recognize contribution. Highlight active members with shoutouts or rewards. This keeps them motivated to engage further. Also, encourage positive interactions. So, what I mean by this, like I've said, you should lead by example, right? Be respectful, be nice to people. Also, create discussion prompts, post questions or scenarios that spark curiosity and that spark discussion. I've told you, be polarizing, give them different topics to talk about. Use your own personal stories and the things that happened in your life to spark discussion. Use some of their stories, like be like, I saw, Sarah struggling with email and now she sent me, this email in DMs and I was just shocked by how good she became. Like, yeah, use your common sense. It takes a lot of time, but the effort is great. Also, welcome new members. Regularly post a welcome message for new members, introducing them to the group. You can do this weekly, right? For example, because if you do this every single day, your head is just going to explode. We don't want that. You need to set up a system for this. Also, address issues quickly. If there's any issue, just address it quickly. Stand up like a man, resolve it. And also share relatable stories, share personal stories, because if you share personal stories that make sense and that will really resonate with the group, you're going to get their trust, and therefore they're going to trust you more, which means there's higher probability that they will buy from you, right? Now, using groups for lead generation and customer support. Let me tell you how to actually generate leads through your groups. So, first of all, provide value first. Share free resources, guides, or tools that solve common problems for your members. Now, like I've said, you don't want to be giving them food they've already eaten when they're full. So, don't do that. Use call to actions. Add CTAs in your posts, like sign up for a free webinar or check out this exclusive offer. Pin lead magnets. Pin a post at the top of the group with links to downloadable guides or newsletters. And host exclusive events. Offer group only access to special events or promotions to capture leads. Also, run challenges. Organize group challenges that require signups, creating an engaging way to collect leads. Like I've told you, people are not silly nowadays, which means don't give them silly stuff, right? Like, give them actually something they will feel like, oh, wow, this is value, right? Like, when you look at some of these YouTubers, when I'm talking about valuable lead magnet, they post like 24-hour courses on their channels. It's not just a 5-page, PDF. It's something that will actually give you value. And like, I'm not saying you should create 24-hour course, but you should think of the value in a bigger way, right? And next up, customer support tactics. Create an FAQ resource, right? Pin a post with answers to frequently asked questions when it comes down to your group. Respond to questions quickly. Either hire somebody else, or if you're at the starting point, make it a habit to answer member questions quickly, once a day, every 24 hours, for example, right? Also, encourage peer support. Empower members to share their solutions or advice, creating a collaborative atmosphere. And also use tags. Tag members in responses to make sure they see your answers. Also, make sure you monitor feedback. So, regularly review member feedback to improve your products or services. Now, proven steps for conversion, right? To get leads. First of all, build trust over time. Don't rush to sell. Focus on building relationships and establishing yourself in front of your audience. That's the main point. Offer exclusive deals. Provide group only discounts. Follow up outside the group. Use lead forms or surveys to collect contact information, and then you will follow up via email or messaging. And also track engagement metrics, which means you just need to monitor which posts or activities generate the most interest and focus on replicating. Like I've said, pull all your eggs into baskets that generate you the most results. And last but not least, highlight success stories, because people love to be mentioned and being celebrated. So the conclusion: creating and managing a Facebook group is a powerful way to build a loyal community, generate leads, and provide exceptional customer support if you do it correctly. And you do that correctly by focusing on meaningful engagement, clear communication, and consistent value your audience wants. And you can basically turn your group into a thriving hub for your brand. Remember, success comes from genuine connections and a commitment to meeting your members' needs. All right, guys. So this lesson was all about leveraging the Facebook groups and actually using Facebook groups not just as a random tool, but an actual tool that will build authority and respect for your business, which will ultimately result in people more trusting you and more people will be essentially more likely to buy from you. So, with that being said, I hope you guys learned something new, and I cannot wait to see you in the next lesson. Talk to you soon. All right. Analytics and performance tracking. So, this is going to be lesson number 8 of our Facebook marketing course. And in this lesson, we are going to learn how to use analytics and data properly in order to get the best results possible from Facebook. So, with that said, let's get right into it. So, first of all, here's what we're going to cover. So, first of all, we're going to cover the basic understanding of Facebook Insights. Then we are going to cover key performance metrics, which, by the way, we've covered throughout this entire course. But in this lesson, we are going to cover it, we are going to cover the entire key performance indicators, such as reach, engagement, click-through rates, stuff like that. Then I'm also going to show you tools for tracking ad performance and return on investment. And then I'll show you how to actually use analytics to get the best results possible. Now, warning as always, this is the most important video in the entire course. So please watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. It's not worth it. You have to watch the entire thing, okay, to get the entire understanding of the whole picture. Now, pro tip as always, if you want to save your time, watch the video in double speed. So, understanding Facebook Insights. So, first of all, what even are Facebook Insights? Facebook Insights is a tool provided by Facebook to help businesses understand how their pages, posts, and ads perform. It provides valuable data about your audience, such as who they are, when they're online, and what content they like the most. Insights allow you to track metrics like reach, engagement, and performance over time. This tool is crucial for making informed decisions about your marketing strategy. Super simply put, you need real life feedback from the real markets in order to succeed in the market because oftentimes we have assumptions on what we think is the best and it just doesn't work, right? Like our assumptions are almost never right. So we have to get the real feedback from the real markets. We never know what performs well until we actually put it out and test it in the wild, so to say. Now, think of Facebook Insights as your report card for social media success, right? Now, why are Facebook Insights important? So, first of all, they help you understand what works and what doesn't in your social media efforts. By analyzing your data, you can create better and more engaging content. The information lets you connect with your audience more effectively by catering to their preferences. Using insights can save time and money by focusing on strategies that drive results. Regularly checking insights ensures you're always improving and staying competitive. Now, KPIs, aka the key performance metrics. So, first one, when it comes down to content, is reach. And reach shows how many unique users have seen your post or ad. In other words, how many individuals have seen your post or ad. It's a great way to measure brand awareness and visibility. High reach means more people are exposed to your content. Organic reach happens naturally, while paid reach comes from ads, right? So super simple. If you post a really, really good video and 1 million people see it, it's not because you paid for it, but because it was actually good and the algorithm spotted that, and based on that, they recommended the video to more and more people. That's how the algorithm works, by the way. And if you have paid advertising, you simply pay for results, right? Aim to improve reach by sharing valuable and shareable content. This already what we covered, but like I've said, you have to give people what they really want, not what you think they want, right? Now, let's go for the engagement for a second. So, engagement measures how users interact with your content, which means likes, comments, shares, and clicks. High engagement means your audience finds your posts interesting or useful. In other words, high engagement simply means they like your content and you should make more of that specific content. Engaging users are more likely to remember and trust your brand. Posts with good engagement often perform better in Facebook's algorithm. Obviously, Facebook's gonna not gonna push, bad content. It's gonna push very, very good content. Also, make sure you focus on creating content that sparks curiosity or conversation. So, what I mean by this is very, very simple, right? You want to open loops. You want to make people feel like they need to add their own spin on whatever you're talking about, right? So tell them like, if you're a marketer, right, you can say something like, here are 10 tips, how AI saved my business and made everything in my life easier. Here are the 10 ways how it helped me, scale to 10K per month, for example. And then you share your insights, and then you're like, what are your thoughts on this? Have you ever used AI? What's your stance on AI? Do you think it's useless? Do you think it's useful? Why? Why not? And like in this way, you spark conversation, right? Click-through rate, aka the CTR. So CTR shows how many people clicked on your ad or post compared to how many saw it. A high CTR means your content resonates with your audience. In other words, it means that if they click on your content, you're doing a very good job in making them curious and want to discover more, right? This metric is especially important for ads because it reflects the interest, right? If you write bad ad, like nobody's gonna click on it, right? And like the fact that people have seen it doesn't mean anything, right? Because like you paid for the ad to be seen, right? So like there's no magic in it, but the real magic is when people see it and when they click on it, because that's your job, right? To make, them look like it's been seen. Now, you can improve CTR by using clear calls to action and eye-catching visuals. And we've already covered this, but like you've got like, don't try to be academic, don't try to sound smart. Just tell people what to do in as simple way as possible. If you guys know Alex Hormozy, he talks about this all the time. The simpler, the better, right? So do this. It works. When I first started with marketing, I didn't believe in this, but the opposite was true. The simpler it is, the better. I'm not saying you should sound unprofessional and your grammar should be terrible and stuff like this. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is give them a clear message. Don't use jargon, don't use, overcomplicated words. None of that. Also, with the CTR and with the ways to make it better, test different formats to see what drives the most clicks. Now, next thing is impressions. And impressions essentially count how many times your post or ad was displayed, including multiple views by the same person. This metric shows how often your content gets noticed. High impressions with low engagement might mean the content needs improvement. And I would a little bit argue, not that content needs improvement and not that it might mean it actually needs a big improvement, right? Because if a lot of people see your content and nobody reacts to it, that means one and only thing. They don't care about it, therefore the content is bad. You have to make it better. Very simple. Impressions help you gauge the overall exposure of your campaigns. So make sure that you balance impressions with engagement for meaningful success. Now, the next thing is the conversion rate. And the conversion rate measures how many users took a desired action you wanted them to take. So whether you want them, to to give you their contact information, whether you want to, get them to buy your product, whether you want them to sign up for your webinar. This is what the conversion rate, measures, right? Now, conversion rate is a key metric for determining your return, is a key metric for determining your return on investment. A high conversion rate means your content or ads are persuasive and that they work. Again, you track conversion rates using tools like Facebook Pixel, which, by the way, we set up in the previous lesson. Also, make sure that you optimize landing pages and ad copy to improve conversions because, like I've said, not only the ad is the ad is only the part of the funnel, right? It's not, the ad is not responsible for the conversion by itself. Obviously it's a part of that conversion funnel, but if your landing page is bad, then um, it's never going to work. Now, tools for tracking ad performance and ROI. So first of all, Facebook Ads Manager, right? Use Ads Manager to create your campaigns by selecting your objective. This is what we've already covered, right? If your goal is more website visits, simply select the traffic objective. Again, we covered that. Facebook Ads Manager also lets you track the performance of your ads. Now, if some of you guys haven't seen it, I'll show this to you one more time. So we are in the Meta Business Suite, like you can clearly see. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna click on this first, button right here, and we're gonna go on the account overview. Now we're right here. Obviously, this account is a new account for you to just give for for you and to give you the walkthrough. But essentially, what you need to do, we are in the account overview, and then we're going to click on campaigns, right? And then when you're in your campaigns, you can see, all these different attributes and data sets that you need to measure whenever you're creating ads, right? Here is on the campaign level. Here we are on the ad set level, which again you can see. And here we are on the ads level, right? Now, very, very important thing, right? Um, if we go to the ads reporting section, we can then compare each campaigns against each other, right? So if you run one campaign, right, it's like if it's like a campaign where you use video to get leads, then it's like a video ad campaign, and then it could be second campaign where you just use straight copy, only text. So it could be like a text ad lead generation campaign, and then if you create these two campaigns, you can then compare, the reach, impressions, frequency, and stuff like that. And by the way, you can also, right? You can also, include you can select which attributes you want to see, right? It's absolutely amazing. You can go through this. You can set it up based on what you want to see, what you would like to see. But if I were you, I would focus. If you're at the beginning, right? I wouldn't go too much in depth in here because this will just make you more confused. But I would just focus on these basic stats I gave you, right? Such as ROI, CTR, CPC, all these impressions, all these basic statistics. And then once you get the basic understanding of those and you can navigate through them, then you can go into weeds and all these, details. So, all right, now the next part of this Facebook Business Manager layout is the Creator Studio. Now, the Creator Studio, or thing that a lot of people have referred to as a creator studio in the past has now moved into the Meta Business Suite, and before it used to be separate, But right now, the Creator Studio, ads, post, everything is all at one place. And I'll show you where to access, the content management and creation within your Meta Business Suite just in a second. But first of all, I'll give you some theoretical information. Okay? So, first of all, what this content part of Facebook gives you. So first of all, it allows you to schedule your content, right? You can use it to schedule organic posts at optimal times when your audience is most active. So for example, you post a video tutorial at 6 p.m. if most of your followers are online then, right? If you discover that most of your followers are online at that time, that's where you post it, or that's when you post it. Video insights. You analyze metrics like watch time and retention rates for video posts. And again, you can use this data to create shorter or more engaging videos because if you look at retention rates and watch time, you can clearly see at what point of the video did majority of the audience stop watching. And then you can have a look at your own video and analyze and try to come up with reasons why they stopped watching. And then based on that information, you can make the video better, right? Next up, audience demographics. You will see who interacts with your posts. And obviously, if you then want to, do post boosting, which is like ads for posts, then it can reach more people, right? So for example, if your primary audience is 25 to 34-year-old men, you can tailor your messaging to their interests. Post optimization. You can then identify top performing posts and replicate their format or style for future content. Basically double down what works, right? So let's get into it before I tell you about Google Analytics. All right, so when it comes down to Meta Business Suite, we have couple options when it comes down to content creation. Okay. And so what we're going to do, if we go over here, we're going to go to all tools. And what we can select first is this, right? It's content. So we can find it either here or we can find it here, right? So we're going to click on this and right here, right? Just move this one. I just, created my profile picture, which can be also taken as a content, right? Now you can clearly see when it was published, the status, which basically means it wasn't boosted, so I didn't advertise it. Now the reach, how many people have seen it, right? Likes and reactions, zero, comments, zero, and shares, zero. So right now I can see my data of my post. You can also see scheduled posts, right? Because if, that's what we already covered. If you don't want to waste your time having to post every single day, you can simply schedule your posts, however you want, right? You can, schedule your posts pretty much 1 month in advance, right? You simply click on schedule post, and right here, you simply select the time, right? So let's just, put 28th of February. I'm gonna save this. And right here, I can simply create the post, right? Add photo, video, and the text. Make sure you hit public. Then right here on the right, you can see how it's going to look in real life. You can boost it if you want. I wouldn't do that in organic posts. Or like I would do that when you're starting out, but I wouldn't do that when you're established brand. And then you will click on schedule. This is very simple. Now when we go back to content, you can then see stories, which is like your stories that you will upload. You can also, schedule them. Then the A/B tests, which, you basically test the same post with a different headline, for example. Then feed and grid, which basically shows your feed of your Instagram page and of your Facebook page, mentions and tags, which basically shows you people who have mentioned you, whether it was on Instagram or on Facebook. And then obviously you've got clips, which means your video clips, right? Very, very simple. Now, when we go right here, when we go to planner, that's another thing. You can essentially see a calendar in like a better way, right? You don't have to, or like you don't need to use the calendar, and you can use this nice planner, which is like visually appealing, and then you can simply schedule your content. Now, if you look right here, you can also, right? You can also include your goals that you have. And these goals will be visible in this calendar, which is absolutely amazing. It's Facebook did a really good job when it comes down to content scheduling, making it very simple for beginners, as well as making it big enough for advanced creators. Right, now let's go back to Google Analytics because if you don't want to use Facebook, you can use Google Analytics, right? Now I'm not gonna go over, Google Analytics. I'm just gonna give you a little bit of theory, a little bit of, the features and the advantages this platform gives you. And yeah, this is pretty much it. So let's go over it. So Google Analytics basically tell you how much traffic your Facebook campaigns drive to your website. So for example, if you use the acquisition tab to compare Facebook traffic to other sources like Google or email, right? It also lets you see behavior insights. So it lets you see how users interact with your site after clicking an ad. So, for example, if users drop off quickly, you will then, according to that, optimize your landing page for better engagement. It also lets you track your goal. You can set up your goals, which means, form submissions, purchases, website visits, stuff like that, to measure whether the ad was successful. So, for example, you will track how many users signed up for a newsletter from your Facebook campaign. Then, integrated reports. You can also combine Facebook Insights with Google Analytics for a full picture of campaign performance. However, if you're a beginner, I'm just giving this to you to, give you awareness that other tools exist as well. However, if I were you as a beginner, I would simply use Meta Business Suite. And this is not because I'm advertising Facebook, but because I feel like for beginners, it's just way simpler to have everything in one place. Now, next tool you can use is Metricool. And this is essentially all in one social media helper, right? Because a Metricool is a simple platform that lets you manage and track your Facebook and other social channels in one spot. That's a big advantage, right? Like if you have TikTok, if you have Instagram, if you have YouTube, like you can put all these together and it helps you track them at one place, which is great. This, when you then expand to multiple channels, you can use it, and that's great. Now it shows easy to understand numbers on how each post is doing, so you don't have to guess, right? It's also beginner friendly. You don't need any special tech skills. That's why I'm mentioning this tool right here. Metrical walks you through everything step by step. It also lets you schedule posts in advance. And with this, you will save your time, right? And it's also perfect for growth because whether you're just starting or already have some experience, Metrical helps you see what's working and where you can improve. Now, why should you even use Metrical for Facebook marketing and why have I included it right here in this course? So first of all your data are in one place. No more switching between multiple pages. You can monitor everything from one convenient dashboard. Track what matters the most. Right here, you can quickly see likes, comments, shares, and other key numbers without the confusion of extra charts, which if you look at Facebook, there's a couple of extra charts, right? It also allows you to plan better. You can easily create and organize your posts so your Facebook page stays active and engaging. It also, like I've said, has simple analytics and gives you professional reports, right? Easy to understand for beginners. And you can also show your clients, results clearly. Now, how to get started with Metrical. So first of all, you just, go to Metrical's website and sign up. It's free to start. This is why I'm mentioning this, right? Then you connect it to your Facebook page. The Metricals, website will give you clear step-by-step beginner-friendly instructions to give Metrical access to your page. It's very, very simple. Then you will explore the dashboard. You'll just take a look around. You'll see key stats, upcoming posts, and other helpful tools all in one place. After that, you can schedule a post, which basically the scheduling tool is going to allow you to. You will pick a date and time, add your text and image, and then relax as Metrical does the rest. And after that, you're simply going to review how the post is performing, right? It's basically the same as Facebook. It's a little bit more beginner friendlier, right? If I didn't have this course, or if I were you and you didn't have this course, or you didn't have a time to go through this course, I would use Metrical. But other than that, I would use Facebook, right? Now, how to use analytics to get the best results possible. So, first of all, set clear goals. We've been talking about this numerous times, right? Before diving into analytics, you have to define what success looks like for you. And this is why you have to have goals. Goals could include increasing website traffic, boosting sales, or growing your audience. Clear goals help you focus on the right things, which then help you grow your business. Make sure you align your goals with specific campaigns or content strategies. Regularly revisit your goals to ensure they stay relevant. Now, also monitor key metrics regularly. Check your metrics often to spot trends and patterns. If I'm being completely honest for you, check them at least once every single week. Regular monitoring helps you adjust your strategy quickly, right? Focus on metrics that align with your goals, like engagement and conversions. We already talked about it. And obviously, use reports from Ads Manager or Creator Studio for detailed insights because consistent tracking ensures continuous improvement. Also, make sure that you test and experiment because just don't be afraid to try new content types and think like everything just, has to be planned out and perfect. It isn't and it won't be, and you have to test in order to see what's working and what's not. A/B testing helps you see what works best for your audience. Experiment with posting times, add visuals or captions. Also, analyze the results to refine your approach. One and very important piece of advice, small changes can lead to big improvements. Okay? Also, use data to optimize content, right? Use analytics to find your top performing posts and ads and then double down on them, right? Put all your effort in recreating the same content. People don't care that you create a same content because majority of people are going to be your first time visitors, especially when you're building your brand. Also, make sure you replicate success by creating similar content, right? Just underperforming posts based on the feedback of your audience. Also, make sure that you pay attention to audience demographics so that the messaging resonates with them. And last but not least, data driven decisions lead to more effective campaigns. After that, adjust strategies based on results because you just cannot stick to a strategy that's not working. Only make decisions based on your data, right? Also, make sure you use insights to reallocate budget to high performing ads. Again, double down on what's working. Also, modify targeting options to reach the right audience. Also, update your content plan based on engagement. All right, guys. So this lesson was all about data and Facebook insights. First, we covered, key performance metrics such as reach, engagement, click-through rate, stuff like that. Then we covered tools for tracking ad performance and ROI. And last but not least, we have covered how to use analytics to refine your Facebook marketing strategy. So, with that being said, let's get right into work, and I cannot wait to see you guys soon. See you. Scaling your Facebook marketing. Lesson number 9 of this course. And like the name suggests, we are going to cover the basics of when you actually want to scale your business. Now, this is only applicable if you have already ran a successful campaign and you want to multiply your efforts with smart rather than hard work. So, with that said, let's get right into it. So, here's what we're going to cover today. We are going to cover strategies for scaling ad campaigns. We are going to cover how you can collaborate with influencers on Facebook and why is that even, you know, profitable for you. We are going to cover how to integrate Facebook with email and other marketing channels and why it's so useful. Then we are also going to cover using messenger bots for customer engagement. Now, warning, as always, if you've come here, this is the most important video in the entire course by this point. So please watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. And as always, pro tip, if you want to save your time, watch the video in double speed. So, strategies for scaling ad campaigns. So, first of all, why scaling matters? First of all, it matters because you can maximize your reach. And it's because scaling allows your ads to connect with more people, increasing your chances of success. It also boosts ROI. With a solid strategy, you can grow your revenue without overspending. It can also let you build your brand authority. Reaching more audiences establishes your brand as a leader in the market. It also allows you to test and learn because scaling helps uncover what works best for a campaign, as I've mentioned before. Now, another reason why scaling matters is because in that way you stay competitive. And let's face it, if you're not scaling, your competitors might be outpacing you. So, let's get to the first strategy, which is horizontal scaling. So, first of all, what is horizontal scaling? Well, it expands your target audiences, right? It helps you find new groups of people who might be interested in your product. It also diversifies ad creatives, right? Because this lets you use different ad formats, visuals, and messaging. It also lets you test new platforms such as, Instagram or TikTok. And it also lets you adjust budget across ads, right? Because you distribute spending to test the performance of various campaigns across various channels. And it also helps you maintain consistency, right? You keep core branding elements intact while experimenting with your efforts. So, let's just dive deep into how to actually implement horizontal scaling. So first of all, you need to do your audience research, right? Use tools like Facebook Audience Insights, which we already went through, to identify new demographics. Then the ad duplication. You simply copy your best performing ad sets and tweak targeting options, right? You essentially what you do, you take your best performing ads and you want them to put them in front of more and more people, right? Creative development. You can then design variations of your ads with different appeals, such as humor or urgency, right? So, what you can do if your ad, if you have an ad about weight loss product, let's say, right? And if you know, if you know that the like fear-based hook works really, really well, then you might as well, you know, try a different angle of the same ad. So instead of using fear, you can then use humor. You can use urgency, like, you have only few spots left, or only few, like, there's not enough, pills left in stock, stuff like that, right? So you can basically test different angles of ads, right? This is what you're trying to do. Now, for each variation, you then need to track their KPIs to spot which one performs the best. And after that, you gradually expand. And that's, what the horizontal scaling is all about. You scale step by step to avoid overwhelming your budget and spending money on something that actually does not, let you create that basically wastes your budget. That's what I wanted to say, right? Now, strategy number two, which is going to be a little bit different, which is with vertical scaling. So first of all, what is vertical scaling? Well, it lets you increase ad budget. So in this, you need to focus on boosting spend for already successful campaigns. In this strategy, you optimize winning ads, right? So in this one, you just focus on what works, right? You double down on the ads and bring in the best ROI. And in this, you can use advanced tools such as Facebook's campaign budget optimizations, also known as CBO, which, if you've seen the walkthrough we did in the course when we created our ad campaign, that was the option to use it, right? If you want to, vertically scale, I highly recommend you to use that option. After that, you adjust bid strategies, right? So what this means, you experiment with cost cap or value optimization. And lastly, you stay data driven. It basically lets you rely on metrics to guide decisions, right? Now, how to implement vertical scaling. So first of all, you identify what works the best, right? Super simple. Second of all, you gradually increase the budget. So you add like 20 to 30% more budget every 3 or 4 days to, maintain the stability within the algorithm and, to see whether it works or not, right? You don't want to be just gambling your money, right? And put 100% of your budget on something you might think works. That's not a good idea. After that, you refine the targeting, right? Either use lookalike audiences or narrow down high converting segments, right? So you either, like I've said, you either use lookalike audiences to, to find similar audiences to what was already working and you try that and you double down on that, or you simply use audiences that already work the best in before, which are your custom audiences, right? Now, also, then what you should do, you should try to utilize automation. And like I've said, this is all about testing because Facebook Ads Manager can adjust spend automatically, right? So you can do it manually, but you can also do it automatically. If I were you, I would try both, right? And then based on your data, based on what we learned before, decide what's best for you. And after that, repeat and review, right? Keep refining based on data, ensuring that you improve consistently. All right, next part, collaborating with influencers on Facebook. So first of all, why even influencer collaboration works in first place? So first of all, it's the trust factor. Audiences are more likely to trust influencers they follow. And there's a very important mention. You have to collaborate with influencers that are actually trustworthy and not with, shady people, and there's a lot of them. I'm just telling you, pick people you as a person would trust as well. Don't just collaborate with, if you decide to collaborate with influencers, don't just decide that you are going to collaborate with someone because they just got a lot of followers. It's not good. Obviously, influencers let you expand your reach because they already have audiences that match your niche. Obviously, when you collaborate with them, it's very, very efficient for your spend, right? Because micro influencers can deliver excellent results without breaking the bank. So this is what I wanted to mention as well. When you're starting company, you obviously don't want to target Logan Paul, right? Because he's just not gonna see you. But like, if there's like micro influencer, like 10,000 followers, and you reach out to them, then your offer might be interesting to them, right? So it's win-win for both sides. Then the authenticity factor, right? Because influencers already know how to create good content, and you just kind of ride their wave, right? Boost engagement. Their posts often see higher interaction rates than traditional ads. Very simple. The more followers they have, the more reach you can have if you collaborate with them. Now, when to specifically collaborate with influencers? That's very important, right? So, first of all, you can do it in key moments, right? So, first thing is obviously when you're launching a product, right? Which lets you build buzz and awareness, or when you're targeting niche markets, right? If you want to reach specific audience groups and this influencer, for example, promotes healthy lifestyle and weight loss, for example, right? Or if they're like some kind of nutritionist, then you can get together and you already have their audience, right? Which is absolutely amazing. Next, it lets you boost social proof because if you get to work together with someone who's already got great, credibility, it obviously boosts your brand credibility as well, right? It all ties together. If you have seasonal campaigns, this is a great idea as well, right? If you align influencer content with holidays or trends, it's a great idea. Or if you're recovering from low engagement, because fresh content from influencers can obviously reignite interest in your brand because they obviously promote you, right? Now, you obviously wonder how to collaborate with influencers. So let's get over that. First of all, identify the right ones, right? Check the audience fit. Ensure their followers align with your target audience. Review engagement. Look for influencers who actually have great engagement. It doesn't matter how many followers they have. If they have, I've seen YouTube channels with 2 million subscribers and 1,000 views in a video. And that's people you don't want to target because these people create terrible content, right? Inspect content quality. Like I've said, you obviously don't want to work with somebody who's not aligned with your brand's mission and your brand's values. Next one, evaluate credibility. Simply avoid influencers who are involved in controversies and choose the reach level. Decide between macro, which is large reach, and micro, niche focused influencers. If I were you, I would be headed more towards micro focus, right? Because, yeah, it's just these people don't have as many followers as you want, but a lot of these followers are very relevant to whatever you're selling. And that's where you want to be, right? So this is why I would do that. Step number two, plan the collaboration. So you first of all have to set clear goals, right? You have to define what you want, such as traffic, sales, or brand awareness. Like I've said at the beginning of this course, it's absolutely crucial to be clear on what you want because nobody else is going to do that for you. Next, choose the format. Options include sponsored posts, live stream, or product giveaways. Again, you have to decide what works the best for your specific product. And if I were you, if you don't know, what to choose from or what to pick from, I would simply use a paid version of ChatGPT and give it a simple, like give it simply written but detailed question about what you should do when you want to, collaborate with influencers and what kind of posts would this recommend to you. It will give you absolutely unbelievable answer, right? Next one, provide creative briefs. So share guidelines while allowing the influencer's creativity to shine, right? So you never want to interfere their creative process because that's just not gonna work. That's the first thing. Yeah, and yeah, that's pretty much that, right? Negotiate terms, agree on payment, consent rights, and deadlines. Like you've got to be very, very specific with this, right? Because if you don't expect anybody to do stuff for you that you haven't agreed on, like it's never gonna happen. So please don't do it, right? Last but not least, use contracts. Protect both parties with written agreements. And step number three, launch the campaign. First of all, what you need to do, you need to coordinate timing, right? You need to schedule your posts in order to have the best engagement possible. Again, you can talk this through with influencers, right? You also want to boost posts. So you can use Facebook's ad tools to amplify influencer content. Again, if you give them the budget and if they agree to do that, and it's absolutely not a problem. But obviously, they have to know about it. Number three, engage with comments. Respond to user interactions to build community trust. And you can do that from your business account. You can also share it across platforms. Repurpose influencer content on your own social media, right? So basically, share their posts, share their sponsored posts on your social media, and that way you will build credibility for your brand. Last but not least, track real time performance. We're all about the feedback and all about the data in this course, and you see why. Now, post campaign review. So, first of all, what you need to do. First of all, you need to analyze results, compare performance against initial goals. Then, as you get it, you need to gather feedback, right? So, what you do is that you basically ask influencers for insights on audience responses. After that, you evaluate ROI. You want to make sure the partnership was worth the investment for both parties. That's very important, right? Next up, you should identify improvements, right? Based on the data, plan adjustments for future collaborations. And last but not least, build relationships, right? Or in this case, just keep the relationships going. Don't just ignore the influencer and stop communicating with them because after the campaign, even though you don't work with them, and just message them from time to time. Why? Because after they're bigger, if you have great relationship, you can then hit them up and do another sponsored post, and like both of you can have, you can like you and the influencer can profit on it as much as possible, right? Now, last but not least, integrating Facebook with email and other marketing channels. So first of all, why even bother yourself integrating Facebook with email marketing? So first of all, it lets you expand your reach, right? Facebook helps you reach a broader audience beyond your email list. It lets you do enhanced targeting, right? Because if you use Facebook data, then you can target specific groups more accurately. It also lets you do the unified messaging. It ensures that you have a consistent messaging across both email and social platforms, right? Everything is just at one place, right? Also, you've got increased engagement, right? Because if you combine email with Facebook's visual appeal, you have two different channels, which also means increased engagement. It also lets you boost conversions, right? Because integrated campaigns deliver a seamless experience leading to higher conversion rates, right? Because if you target the same audience with your ads and also with your emails, if you can get them into your funnel, into one marketing channel, and I don't want to say annoy them with the messages, but if you just like give them more, if you just give them more content from more directions, those people are going, if the content is good, if you're just not spamming them with like annoying messages, people are going to recognize that and your brand is going to gain trust, which is like the ultimate number one, right? So, yeah. So, step by step guide to integration. And I'm going to show you, but don't worry about that. So, let's go over this. So, first of all, connecting your email tool to Facebook. So, first of all, you log into your Facebook Business Manager account. Then you navigate to audiences in the Ads Manager. You select create audience and choose custom audience. And then, right, you upload your email list, right? When doing this, Facebook is kind of strict about this, so make sure it's properly formatted and complies with data privacy laws, right? You don't want to be giving away private information of people, even if you like maybe have them, but like you don't want to be doing that, right? Now, after that, I'm quickly going to show you how to, import your email list basically inside your your business manager. So what you're going to do, you're going to click on all tools. We're going to go to audiences, and after it loads, we will land right here. Now, what you're going to do, you're going to click, create audience right here, click custom audience, and then you're going to import your email list. So what you're going to do, you're going to click on this customer list right here, because that's basically what we want. And then we have a couple of options, right? So first of all, Facebook clearly tells you what you should include to ensure the custom audience is as specific as it needs to be so that it targets your audience perfectly and without any mistakes, right? Like you can read this by yourself. You need these polls, right? You need these details, these data. Now, what you can do if you have MailChimp, you can simply import it from MailChimp. Or what you can do, you can download the file template, right? That's, done by Facebook. And then you can simply type it in manually by yourself, and that's pretty much work done. Facebook does absolutely unbelievable job when it comes down to this. So you click next, and then what you do, right, after you have the file template, what you do is that you simply upload the file, right? Now, I just uploaded a random sheet, right? So don't worry about that. I did this just for the educational purposes. However, we have uploaded it, and right now it asks us. does your list include a column for customer value? So if you have a customer value column, simply click yes. If it doesn't, then simply click no. And you also name your audience. So what we do is this. Um, let's just say, email list, warm audience, subscribers, right? For example. And then what we're going to do, we're simply going to click on next. And right now, it obviously gives us that it needs more identifiers because I basically uploaded a random Google Sheet. But if you upload regular Google Sheet, it will just let you import and then you click on this icon right here, import and create, and that's pretty much work done. This is how you integrate your email audience, and you like integration of the email with, your Facebook platform. You don't integrate your audience, like your email with Facebook like directly, but what you're doing instead, you're having same audience, right, as your email is. So in that way, you kind of have the same reach, right? Now, the main distinction right here, if you guys don't know what is the difference between custom and lookalike audience, is that your custom audience is your already existing people. So you're basically retargeting the same people, right? This is why, when we created our custom audience right here, which is right here right now, we basically uploaded existing people, existing customers, and then we will retarget them through Facebook, right? We will again give them this, we will basically aim to convert these people again because we already know they bought something from us. However, if you want more of the same people, but new customers, right? If you just want the same people as these customers, but also like new people who have never bought from you, but who share the similar characteristics, then what you want to do is that you want to create a lookalike audience because that's what it does, right? And the way you create lookalike audience is by creating that from your custom audience. So I already covered that, but I'm just going to go over it very quickly so that you can understand it fairly easily. So what we're going to do, click create audience, lookalike audience. And then, right, when we have this right here, I am basically going to click select your lookalike source, which is going to be our custom audience. Now I've copy and pasted this one right here, which is our custom audience I created like a minute ago. But if you can see, let me just make myself smaller. If you see, it says data sources unavailable. Now, obviously, because there are no data, right? But if there was like a legitimate information, then it would work. So, but this is just for case of educational purposes on, right? Now, if you want to have broader reach, right? What you want to do, just remove this. Yeah, sweet. So if you want to have broader reach, you select 10% lookalike audience, which basically means you're going to reach maximum amount of people, but these people are not going to be as similar as you might need. However, on the other side, when you click on just, yeah, when you click on 1%, you are going to have very, very specific and very similar people to your email list. But on the other hand, the reach is not going to be as big as it could be, right? So, as I've said in the lesson where we covered audiences, what you want to do is that you want to create something that's right in the middle, right? Something that has enough people so that the reach is good enough, but also that the detail is good enough, right? You like it's an alchemy, right? So you want to, pick what's working the best. And the way you're going to do that is simply by testing and refining, like I've said before. So let's get right into the presentation right now. Right. So what's the next thing we're gonna do? So next thing, we will design cross-channel campaigns. So we will draft email content and Facebook ad copy that complement each other, right? That's very, very important. Because if we don't have content that's got the same value and the same vibe, it will feel very off and it could hurt the reputation of your brand. Next thing we're going to do is that you have to use similar visuals and calls to actions to create a seamless experience for your audience. Remember, we're all about quality. Next thing you can do is to schedule email sends at ad launches to run simultaneously, right? That's next thing because you want this marketing to be, enhanced and you want to use the power of the multi-channel marketing as much as possible. And you do it by this. Now, the next thing you can do is to retarget email subscribers on Facebook. And how you do it? You simply create a custom audience of users who clicked your email links. Then you design Facebook ads to re-engage them with exclusive offers or reminders. And then you track and analyze results with the Facebook Manager as you used before, right? And you also use your email, platform analytics to monitor the performance of your engagement. And what you can do, this is very powerful because you've got multiple channels to test, you know. So you can then see what works and what doesn't. And if you see something works within your Facebook ad and your emails are as not, performing as well as they should be, then what you can do, you can, use that also in your Facebook ad or in your email. And the big advantage of the multi-channel marketing is that you get multiple sources of feedback, which obviously, if used correctly, if you look at data and if you adapt, if you check your data every single week, you can then progress faster. Because guess what? This is what it's all about, right? Progressing, sorry, progressing fast. So, yes. And yeah, this is what we already covered. So we're going to go over using messenger bots for customer engagement because that's one of another big things on Facebook, right? And not only on Facebook, it's on Instagram as well. So first of all, why even bother yourself using messenger bots? They're available 24/7. So bots can assist customers anytime, which reduces wait times. You don't have to manually do it by yourself. If you're worried they will get terrible responses, don't, because they get personalized ones. Because bots use data to provide tailored answers specific to your customers. They also boost engagement because interactive messages and that's the most important thing, quick responses grab attention and boost the engagement. Cost effective support. Bots handle many queries at the same time, reducing the need for staff and you for hiring. And if you think about it, bots, cost anywhere from $20 to $50 per month, which is absolutely insane value. If you think of, having to have a human, having to do all the customer support, which you would then pay like $2,000 per month, right? Also, it's a scalable solution, right? Because you serve thousands of customers simultaneously with no drop in quality. That's very important. You can scale with this. Now, let me just show you like a general guide on how to set up messenger bots, right? How to use them in general, like how to use them so that you know what to do when you're starting out and what not to do, right? Basically like the best practices. So first of all, choose a messenger bot platform. Which ones to use? ManyChat is like the most popular one. Also, Chatfuel or Mobile Monkey, just look at them, compare pricing, compare features, and based on your business needs, decide which one is the best for you. Super simple. I recommend myself wouldn't recommend you like specific option simply because all of you who are just watching right now have different businesses, different needs, different time settings. So just check these free, compare them, and based on your needs, decide. Then what you do, you simply sign up and link the platform to your Facebook business page. Now, every single one of these platforms gives you super simple step-by-step process. It's the easiest thing in the world. If you just sign up here, they give you everything. They give you the tutorial, they give you the step-by-step process. If you have any questions whatsoever, they have their own customer support, which is obviously powered by messenger bots as well as real people, so they will get to you immediately, right? Next thing, define your bot's purpose. So decide if your bot will handle FAQs, sales increase, product recommendations, or all three. Then you need to create a list of tasks your bot will manage. Again, this is, based on what your business needs. And after that, you will build the conversation flow. Use a flowchart or the bot builders tool to map out the user journey, right? Include options like buttons for quick replies and logical paths based on user responses. After that, write engaging scripts. Use simple, friendly language that matches your brand voice. That's very important. Include fallback messages like, sorry, I didn't understand that, to handle unexpected inputs. And the last thing, test your bot, right? Run tests to ensure all paths work as intended. Is it good? Just test it. Ask team members or trusted users to try it out and provide feedback. You definitely want somebody else. I would honestly, if I were you, I would let it test like 5 people at least, right? And then just launch and monitor the performance. Simply go live and start promoting your bot through Facebook posts, ads, or email campaigns. Use analytics from your bot platform to monitor metrics like user engagement and completion rates. Now, before we wrap this up, let me just quickly tell you how bots improve customer experience. First of all, they give you instant replies. Second of all, they give you personalized interactions without you having to spend time. They also give you interactive features such as buttons, images, or videos. Next thing is just easy to use them for both of the parties. And lastly, bots are easy to use even for users who are just not good in tech, right? Now, best practices for messenger bots. So first of all, just make sure you keep it simple. Second of all, be transparent. Let them know they're not chatting with human being. Provide a human option. That's very important. You just don't want to be relying on bots all the time. Monitor performance, right? And make sure you continuously improve your scripts and the customer flows based on the feedback of your users. Now, how else can you use your messenger bots? So you can use them for lead generation, promotional campaigns, event reminders, e-commerce integration, and feedback collection, right? Like think about it, how much more you can use them. Now, how to use bots for specific tasks. That's very, very good topic. So let's go to one by one. So first of all, lead generation. So what you want to do, you want to create a lead magnet, right? So offer something that's valuable for free in exchange for customer details. Then you want to design a simple flow. You should just start with friendly greeting, right? Then ask for key details, like name and email address with buttons for quick replies. Then confirm the submission and thank the user and obviously give them their lead magnet. Next thing that you do is that you integrate it with CRM. You can connect the bot to your customer relationship management tool to store and organize collected data. One of the best CRM tools is Go High Level. This lets you collect your data perfectly and it's very easy for beginners. Then what you should do is that you should qualify leads automatically, right? So with the bot, just use conditional logic to ask questions like, are you interested in XYZ? And direct qualified leads to your sales team, right? And after that, you follow up, right? You schedule automated reminders of or offers based on the user responses, right? So you can automatically pitch your product or service to them. Next up, promotional campaigns. First of all, personalize the message. Use the user's name and past interactions to make offers feel relevant. Next thing you can do is that you can create exclusive discounts. So send messages like just for you 20% off this weekend. Click here to claim. Next thing you can do is to use visuals. So add images or GIFs of the product to make the promotion more engaging. Include clear call to actions and again track performance, right? For the event reminders, just simply schedule these reminders, right? Set up the bot to send notifications a few days, hours, or minutes before the event. Include event details. So you can just share key information like date, time, and link to join or attend. Then you can include the interactive RSVP. So basically you allow users to confirm attendance with a button click. And then you follow up post event. And after that, you automate responses as well, right? You want to make sure you answer common questions about the event, right? Such as where it's held, or how much do I pay for it, or whatever, right? Using the bot's FAQ feature. Now, ecom integration. You set up product browsing, right? You can use the bot to display a carousel of products with images, descriptions, and prices. You can also enable add to cart options. So you can allow users to add items to their cart directly within Messenger. You can also streamline checkout, right? So if you use the bot, you can integrate payment gateways to let customers complete purchases without leaving the chat. Is absolutely insane feature. Then you can also send order updates, which basically means that you notify customers about order confirmations, shipping status, and delivery times. And last but not least, you can upsell them as well. Then for the feedback collection, you basically create a feedback flow. So you greet users with a thank you message for their purchase or interaction or whatever they did. Then you ask simple questions like, how was your experience with rating buttons? Then you use open-ended questions, right? You let users share additional thoughts with a text input option. However, don't make it like it's needed, right? Like don't make it that they need to, that they must, include it. Otherwise, you won't let them answer. That's not good. Also, incentivize responses, right? Offer small rewards like discounts for completing the survey. Like I've said, people have to see something in it for them. And after that, analyze results. So connect the bot to analytic tools to review trends in customer feedback. And last but not least, act on the feedback as always. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered how to actually scale your Facebook marketing. In other words, how to, get as much profit out of, your job as possible, right? How to get paid more for doing less or for doing the same amount of work, how to become more efficient. We have covered it, through scaling ad campaigns, through, collaborating with influencers. We have also covered how to integrate, Facebook with your email and other marketing channels. And last but not least, we have, covered a little bit about how to actually use messenger bots for customer engagement. So, with that being said, guys, I hope you learned something new and I cannot wait to see you in the next lesson. Right. So right now we are in the last lesson of this entire Facebook marketing course, and we are just going to go over some trends and best practices I would personally recommend you to consider. So with that being said, let's get right into it. So here is what we're going to cover today. So, we're going to cover current trends in Facebook marketing. We will also cover how to advertise ethically and how to avoid bans. And we're also going to cover how to stay updated with Facebook's new features and how to utilize them. And right at the end, we are going to go over some case studies of successful Facebook ad campaigns. So, warning as always, this is the most important video in the entire course if you came this far. So please watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, as always, if you want to save yourself time, watch the video in 2x speed. So, current trends in Facebook marketing. So, how Facebook decides what people see. So, first of all, Facebook wants quality content, right? Facebook shows people posts that are interesting and useful to them. Make your posts fun, helpful, or exciting so people want to comment and share. Videos also get more attention. Facebook loves videos, especially short ones, and it's the same case as for Instagram. So, if I'm being completely honest with you, the more videos you make, the more successful you will be. Make quick videos that show off your product or service in action. You can also give quick tutorials and quick tips on how to actually use your product in action or how to, help your audience solve their biggest problems in a quick 30-second video. Smart ads. Facebook uses smart technology to help your ads reach the right people. Like I've said, this is what we already covered. Take your time to set up your ads carefully because this is the most important thing. Stories and reels are popular, right? Videos are just popular, right? People love videos. Also, make sure that you build a community because if you build a brand that actually gets people together, makes them want to stay. Facebook's gonna notice it, and based on that, based on more, because look, if you create a Facebook page or Facebook like brand on Facebook that makes people come back to you, this means people spend more time on Facebook, which is a win for Facebook. And if you can do this, they will obviously push your content or your brand more simply because you basically are doing favor to Facebook. Now, reaching the right people with Facebook ads, right? All right. Now, if you have customer photos and videos, you can use them as well, right? Because people trust real stories. They, especially today, in the age and era of internet, it's just internet is overloaded with shady testimonials, with fake case studies, and we don't want to do that, right? So the more real your testimonials are, the better, right? Next up, you can ask for reviews, right? Encourage happy customers to leave reviews or share photos. Like, this is the most important thing. If you have a customer who, let's say you run Facebook ad agency, or if you run an email marketing agency and someone, because of your service, generates an additional $20,000 a month, don't just leave it. Like, politely ask them, please, can you, give me a review? It will help my business so much. And like, because they're so happy with your service, they're going to do that. Like 99% of people are just going to do it, right? Also, make sure that you run fun contests, right? You do that by asking your followers to share creative photos of your product for a chance to win. You can then also tag customers, right? If you highlight your customers by tagging them when you share their photos, you again increase the engagement, people will like you more, and the snowball effect just multiplies, right? Also, you can work with influencers, right? We already covered this. Now, next thing you can do, you can also sell directly on Facebook, right? And you do this by setting up a shop. And let me just show you how to do that. Now, the way you do this is very, very simple, right? So what you do, you just copy and paste this URL, facebook.com/business/shops, right? And after you do this, you are simply going to land on this page right here. And what you want to do is that you want to go to this start now, button, but you don't want to click on it. You just want to click on this downward arrow right here. And right here, you will click to, sorry, you, you will not go here because this will take you to the ads manager, right? What you're going to do, you're going to scroll down. What is a shop on Facebook and Instagram? And you're just going to click on get started, right? Now, what you're going to do is that you're right here. You're going to click next. Now, if you have a partner platform, which I guess probably 99% of you don't have, but if you do, you can connect it with Facebook Shop, but we're going to pretend we don't have it. So you're just simply going to click, I don't use these platforms. What you're going to do, you will select your country. Now, obviously, as you can clearly see, my country is not supported, so I cannot, create my Facebook shop. However, I'm just going to do this for you. So we can do this, click United States of America, which obviously the shop is supported in there. So we're going to just click select country. After that, you want to make sure that you select the right page you want to sell from, right? And like this says, your shop, like the page you select, then that shop is going to be created based on that page, right? Your shop will be created using info and products from the accounts you selected below, right? So let's just click this. We click next. Then you simply set shipping and returns. Now, which that's basically up to you, right? Right here, you can simply set up shipping. So you can offer standard shipping, expedited shipping, or rush shipping. Return window, which basically means the number of days customer have to return your products starting on the day delivered. And right here is the customer support email, which you obviously have to, put in your correct business email or customer support email. And also, when you look here, allow messaging, this basically allows you to let customers message you directly via Instagram or Facebook, which I would definitely turn on if you have a shop, right? If you don't, it's just doesn't look great. And then what you're going to do, you're simply going to go click next, and then you're going to get the preview of the shop and you're ready to rock and roll. This is how simply and easy it is. All right, so right now we literally went through everything, right? We went through advertising, how to set up campaigns, how to create great content, how to, which tools to use, such as Canva, how to set up messenger bots. Like right now, you should have a basic understanding about how to use Facebook in order to start promoting your company. Now, with that being said, right now, I feel like it's the right time to go over some ethical advertising practices and how to actually avoid bans because sometimes Facebook is a really, really strict platform. And if you don't play by their rules, you are gone and your advertising is gone. And let's just imagine your entire business is dependent on Facebook. What's gonna happen then? Like this is a situation you never want to have happen to you because it's just, terrible. And like I've said, we don't want that. So because of that, we are going to go over some ethical practices and also how to avoid getting banned on Facebook because it's pretty easy if you don't know the rules, which obviously we don't want. So, first of all, follow Facebook's rules, which is unpredictable, right? First of all, you have to know what's not allowed. Obviously, topics, such as, weapons and like stuff like that is banned, like these obvious topics, but also there are some practices that you might not be aware of, which, for example, I remember when I used to promote a weight loss offer for one of the affiliate marketers through my Facebook, you were not allowed, right, to basically give assumptions to people, right? So what has you basically were not allowed to give personal assumptions to, other people about their weight, for example, right? And specifically with weight loss, Facebook is very strict. So what this meant was that you weren't allowed to say, "Are you overweight?" You weren't like allowed to, you know, make it personal like this, right? But what you were allowed for people who struggle with losing weight, that was okay. But if the tone, if the tone was feeling like its assumption, then Facebook just directly shut you down and everything was pretty much gone because if they ban your ad account, it's not great. So this is why you should go over the rules. I'll also give you a link to read the entire Facebook ad policy, which is pretty clearly explained. The problem is majority of people are just too lazy to read it, and then they end up being banned, which then results, in their business crashing because sometimes people's businesses are dependent on, Facebook marketing channels, and if you don't have new people coming in, it means you have no money coming into your business. So that's pretty much that. Next thing, don't trick people, right? Avoid clickbait titles or fake promises. Be clear about what you offer. That's very important. Facebook's very sensitive about that. Next thing, simply tell the truth. Don't make claims that you can't prove, like saying a product works instantly if it doesn't. Next thing, respect privacy. Never misuse people's personal information in your ads. That's very important. Facebook is very, very strict about this. And check the rules often, right? So read more at Facebook's ad policies, right? So if you just go to the link transparency.meta.com/en dash gb dash policies dash ad dash standards dash, then you're going to get, these advertising standards. Basically, what you want to do, you want to include like Facebook. If you want to like look for it without the link, just simply Facebook advertising policy, right? Then, you see guidelines for Facebook ads about Meta advertising standards. That's what you want to go, right? And I would highly recommend you to check this. All right, so the next thing you should do is to be fair and respectful, right? Include everyone. Use language and pictures that are welcoming to all kinds of people, right? It's very simple, right? Just don't act like a bad person. Avoid stereotypes. Don't rely on outdated ideas about what people like or do. That's very important, right? Keep it simple. Make ads easy to understand, even for people who don't know your product yet. Like you really gotta dig deep down and figure out what your audience is like. Assumptions never ever work, especially when it comes down to advertising. And I feel like people get caught up into so many other things But at the end of the day, they don't even know their target audience. They don't know how they really feel. They just think they know, and it ends up bad. Don't do that if you want to make money. Also, be honest about pricing. Show the real price and avoid hidden fees. That's obviously clear one, and no fake engagement. Because if you buy likes and comments, algorithm is gonna spot that and they're just gonna kill your reach. You're never ever going to reach people. They're not going to ban you, but they're going to shadow ban you, right? Which basically means they will restrict your engagement. So, and you would obviously, right? We don't want to do this. Next up, avoid spammy behavior, right? So post the right amount of content. Don't post too often or people might unfollow you. Find a schedule that works. So if you want to post, just post up to 3 times a day, right? And like also like make sure that you post content that makes sense to them to consume, right? Like if you just post random stuff that's just, that feels like nothing, then it's just, doesn't work. It's just you can post 10 times a day, but if the content's just is just terrible, people are not like people will feel you're just forcing them to do something they don't want. And guess what happens? Nothing. You just people don't care about you. So better to post quality than quantity. But obviously if you can post quantity and enormous quality, like Alex Ramose, I've mentioned numerous times in this course, then you know, then you won. Next one, keep it real, right? Write ads and posts that sound like a person, not a robot. No fake accounts. Don't create fake profiles to boost your numbers. That please don't do that. It's an outdated technique. Might have worked in 2007, not in 2025. And respond politely. If someone leaves a bad comment, take a deep breath, take your emotions out of the business, and answer kindly and try to fix the issue. Use clear links. Let people know exactly where they will go when they click the link. That's very important. If you mislead people into thinking that they're going to go somewhere and then they go somewhere else, Facebook especially checks that and doesn't treat these people well. So don't be one of them. Next one. Stay up to date. Review ads before posting, right? So double check your ads, follow all the rules. That's very important. The more experience you gather, the better you will be at this. Fix problems fast. If Facebook flags your ad, fix it quickly and learn from the mistake. Ask for help. If you're not sure about a rule, ask in Facebook's help center. That's very important. Like ask the customer support because they're the ones who should give you clear information. Also, learn from others. Watch what successful businesses do on Facebook. And YouTube is a great place to start. Keep testing, keep trying new ideas and improving. Now, staying updated with Facebook's new features. So let me just quickly show you what's new with Facebook, right? So first of all, smart features. So smarter ads. Facebook's AI is better at showing ads to the right people. Like I've told you, use tools like campaign budget optimization, which we already went over. Cool video tools. You can make fun videos using Facebook's built-in features, and after you'll be uploading videos, you will see exactly what I mean. More ways to shop. Facebook is adding new tools for selling directly on the platform, which is the Facebook shop we went over. Next up are fun features for stories, right? You can use stickers, polls, and music to make stories exciting. That's a great tool, great stuff, makes your stories more engaging. Now, virtual reality, that's interesting topic, right? You can start learning about Facebook's metaverse. Is the future of online fun and business. Just you can watch some videos, some documentaries on YouTube, It's a very interesting topic. I'm interested to see what you guys think about it. Next up, try Facebook's new tools, right? So basically, what you can do, I don't know if you've seen it, but if you go on your personal profile, you can turn your personal profile into a mini business page by using the professional mode. Next up, Reels Analytics. Reels Analytics. You can basically see how your short videos perform and get tips to improve. So when you upload your reel, you can see the retention rate, where people drop off, where people watch the most, how many people watched, for how long, average view time, all this stuff. It's important because you get real numbers and real data and not just, your false or anybody else's assumptions about what works and what doesn't. Like I've said, the best feedback, like the audience, is the best feedback tool, right? Now, Better Ads Manager, right? Better Ads Manager is just better every single year, right? Like I've been using Facebook for very long, and when I started using it back in 2021, it was terrible compared to today. Like today, it's way simpler, way easier to use, and way efficient with your ad spend. Messenger ads, they allow you to talk directly with customers through ad chats. Now, obviously, we haven't covered this, but I feel like this is more like an advanced feature, and I want you to first go over the course, understand the basics, and then go over more advanced stuff. Also, Facebook events, because these let you connect with your local community. And next thing, you can partner with influencers as well. We went over that. You can also offer special posts or discounts to loyal followers. And you can also join creator portals because Facebook helps you connect with creators for collaborations. All right. So right now, what I'm about to show you, I'm not going to go over everything, right? But what we're going to do, I'm going to show you some case studies and some real life examples of companies who have used Facebook advertising and used it very successfully, right? So let's go right over it. I'm obviously not allowed to say names, stuff like this. So that's censored, but these results are real. All right. So I just wanted to mention that. So let's go right over it. So this was the challenge. So first of all, this was a small online store selling unique products, primarily puzzles, with artistic designs and gifts for the home. Their items appeal to people looking for creative activities or meaningful gifts. Now, what was the problem? The business traditionally relied on wholesale sales, selling in bulk to other businesses, but those orders dropped significantly during COVID. They had to switch their focus to direct to customer sales through their website. Now, what was the goal? To increase DTC online sales quickly to make up for the lost wholesale revenue. This meant reaching new customers and turning them into buyers. Now, what made this challenging? The business didn't have a big online presence, which, by the way, is the biggest trouble for majority of people, right? Many people had never heard of their products, and without a way to stand out, the business was just being left ignored in the market. Now, what opportunity did they have? So, let me tell you this. During the pandemic, people were staying home and obviously looking for creative ways, and this was their biggest opportunity. So, what these people actually did? First of all, they created visually appealing ads. So, they designed ads with high quality photos of their puzzles showing their unique designs. The visuals focused on why these puzzles were different from generic options. They were artistic, creative, and enjoyable for people stuck at home. In other ways, they simply defined their unique selling proposition aka what made them stand out on the market, and they put it in front of the world. Step number two, they wrote engaging ad copy, which are the words in the ad, right? They used phrases that resonated with people's emotions and needs during the pandemic, like turn your time at home into creative adventure, relax and unwind with beautiful designed puzzles. These messages connected with potential customers who wanted fun and stress relieving activities. Step number three, we already went through that. They targeted the right audience. Because instead of wasting their budget and showing ads to everyone, they targeted people who were interested in home activities like puzzles and crafts, gifts and artistic hobbies, parents or families looking for shared activities. Facebook and Instagram have tools, to let you target people based on interest, which we already covered. Step number four, they started small and they were scaling smartly, right? They began with a low daily budget for testing, which was around $20 per day, to see which ads worked. Now, when they identified ads they performed well based on clicks and sales, then they started to scale this budget for those ads. And after that, they tracked results and made improvements, right? They monitored these metrics, sorry. They monitored CPC, aka cost per click, right? So how much it costs for someone to click the ad. They monitored ROAS, aka the return on ad spent, which means how much money they earned compared to what they spent on ads. They also monitored click-through rate, which is the percentage of people who clicked the ad after seeing it. Now, what were the results? The campaign resulted in 785% increase in DTC sales. This means their strategy took them from making a little to selling nearly 8 times more during the campaign. Next one, which was the high return on investment. For every $1 spent on ads, the store earned 9.68 back in sales. This is a 10x return, 1000% return. Absolutely incredible. Now, after that, they also got to get affordable new customer acquisition. It costs only $4.87 in advertising to get a new customer. This is much lower than what many businesses spend to acquire customers online. They also boosted their website traffic. The campaign increased visits to the store's website by 183%, giving them more opportunities to convert browsers into buyers. They also improved their brand awareness. Even if people didn't buy immediately, more customers became aware of the store and its unique products, which ultimately lead them to build reputation, which then led to getting more sales. Now, why this worked? So, first of all, clear, simple ads appeal to people, right? That's very, very simple. Also, emotional copy drives action, right? The ad copy wasn't just about selling a product, it was about solving a problem and giving them the emotions, giving them the experience, giving them the vision of the better experience of their lives during the tough times of lockdown and making them better. That's what it was about. And that's why it converted. Again, they targeted right people, right? Because if you, like I've said, if you focus on people who want your stuff, you will make money. But like you can have like the best car in the world, and if you target like someone who just like doesn't care about cars, then like why would they buy it? It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant for them, right? They don't even want the car in the first place. So why would you make the car better for them? They don't care. They don't see the difference, right? Next thing, they use data and it helped them improve quickly. Last but not least, if you scale smartly, if you just don't throw your entire budget into something, close your eyes, cross your fingers, and hope for best, then good things start to happen. Now, how you can apply this? So, pick one of your best products to advertise, right? Choose something unique and popular. Take great photos and videos, which is super simple, especially today. You can buy like a ring light for like $20 and then you can get used iPhone for like $300, and that's pretty much your setup, and you can take absolutely amazing photos that will look as professional as they would look like if you were a professional photographer. So do that. Also, write simple ad copy that connects emotionally. Highlight the benefits, not just the features. So, for example, instead of our puzzles are 1,000 pieces, write discover the joy of creating something beautiful one piece at a time, right? You basically don't sell the product, you sell the experience, you sell the dream the product gives you. And then start a small Facebook or Instagram ad campaign to discover what works and what doesn't, right? And after that, track results and simply scale. All right, guys. So in this lesson, we have covered, all the trends and all the updates and everything when it comes down to Facebook marketing, future. What to, stay updated for, what to look out for, like how to actually stay updated, how to leverage trends in your favor. And last but not least, we have also covered successful case studies of previous Facebook marketing campaigns. And by the way, this is the most important part of this lesson. So please look at these tips, look at these case studies, and use them within your marketing strategy. And that is pretty much it. And I cannot wait to talk to you soon. Huge congratulations for completing this entire Facebook marketing course. It's been a very nice journey. I hope you guys learned something new and that you've got what you wanted out of this course. And obviously, for continued learning, please make sure you apply everything I just said. And a very important thing when it comes down to this is that you need to realize that you need to go over these specific lessons I gave you many more times, not just once, but like if you really want to get as much out of it as possible, you need to study everything multiple times. Now, with that said, we basically covered the introduction to the Facebook marketing. We also covered how to set up yourself for success, which was very important. How to create your Facebook business account, how to, set up everything so that it works. We covered your audience, how to target the right people, how to set up custom audiences, how to set up lookalike audiences, all the stuff like this. We've also covered how to create content, how to manage your ad account, how to create high converting ads, which things to do, which things not to do. We've also covered how to leverage your Facebook marketing. And not only that, we also covered how to leverage Facebook groups, how to use them, why to even use them. And lastly, but not least, we have covered trends and how to scale your Facebook marketing if you already have a stable baseline when it comes down to your Facebook ad account and Facebook advertising. So it's been a pleasure. Like I've said, I hope you guys learned something new. And at the end of this course, you will have a chance to go through a small quiz I prepared for every single one of you to ensure that you understand the Facebook advertising basics correctly as you should. So, with that said, it's been a pleasure, and I hope to see you in the next course.